Hello YouTube, hope you guys are doing well. Today's a bit of a different stream than what I normally do. There was a competition announced by both Star Citizen and EVE Online called Battle of the Bricks. And we have, I think it's a little over a week. It started on, I think the 15th or something. We have a little bit of time to basically submit Lego starships to their competition and win some prizes. Of course, when I heard Star Citizen and Lego, I thought I couldn't resist. Also, I'm a little bit under the weather today, so I got my cough drops. Still recovering actually from COVID. I've been sick with it for a while. Not too bad, it's just lingering basically, but I will try to keep the coughing to a minimum. I did some of the basic measuring and starting of the build yesterday. Today I'm really going to try and flush out a lot more. We got some geometric challenges to solve today for sure. Did you see Star Citizen and Lego in the same sentence? You did, Fettuccine. Okay, so today the first thing I want to try and tackle is I want to get this nose angle correct, because I got to get this right before I can start really solidifying any more of the structure of the build. So I've got a lot of reference images that I've been going through, and I even have blueprints on Photoshop that I've been using for measurements. Now, it looks like the actual nose comes in, it's a little bit narrower than 2 studs. It's like 1.5 studs. So, oh yeah, and it lines up here. Let me get the line up. Okay, directly in the, is it directly in the center? Okay. It's just about directly center. I think we're going to keep it, even though that this little opening is slightly below the center of the torpedo tubes. I think we'll just keep it center for the sake of simplicity here. Seth, this is awesome. Cool, man. Oh yeah, and I put a link to my Lego store website that my brother and I have been running for like I think almost 5 years now, with some really good Lego builders. Some of the builds are mine, but many of them are other top tier builders. Okay, so I want to build some structural support out the center here. And I want to build it in a way. Could I reverse the studs on that? That would actually be helpful if I could reverse those studs now rather than later. The way I built the structure, I could reverse it, but it might reduce the integrity. Why don't we just build it with studs in for now, and I'll flip them if I need to later. Okay, but I am lightly building this for like structural integrity if I want to build this in real life at some point. So while I might not do the digital build all the way out to like it's ready to be built in real life, I want to at least build it with that in mind so that if I ever decide to build it in real life, it won't be as much work to do a conversion. So I am doing a little bit of internal structural stuff just to make sure that that process actually is possible at some point. Actually, I think what I would do here, let's get a 1x6. Have those laying around somewhere. Yeah, whatever. Plate 1x6. Okay, so bring it down. No, I want to, yeah, that's right. I want to bring it in the middle. And then to secure it, we would put another Technic brick above it. There's a couple ways with Technic bricks to really solidify stuff. So what I would ultimately do is pin in along here with another Technic, and that would make this piece totally secure. Not going to do it now because we're in the planning phase. But if this measurement works out, then I could easily do the structural reinforcement later. That's pretty close to the inner wall there. You guys forgot I had a Lego channel? I know. Well, I don't really promote it that much on my gaming channel. There's not that much overlap. I mean, there is overlap, but I could do a better job of promoting it for sure. Nathaniel, you're nuts, dude. Let's go. Bro, this, I mean, if you go to brickvault.toys and you look at the size of the things that we've built on there, this definitely wouldn't be my biggest creation. So I kind of know what I'm in for here. Okay, so we're almost, I've already done most of the measuring for, at least from a top-down view. Get a direct top-down. I think, yeah, 2 more studs ought to do it. But it's only 1.5 studs wide at the center there, so I think I'm going to want to get a single stud connection. And I'll just do it for measurement points at for the moment. Or what? Okay. Actually, this might get me closer to the exact measurements than I. Let's check it again. Yeah, that's pretty exact. Okay, so everything has to come down to that single point there. Actually, be nicer if I could. Probably going to have to get rid of this for clipping reasons at some point down the road. Let's just add some jumpers in there for now. Just for the sake of saying that it's connected and not floating in space. With digital Lego, you can just float parts if you need to. Which is why when somebody builds something crazy cool looking in Lego, it doesn't, and it's digital, it doesn't really mean all that much because it doesn't necessarily mean you could build it IRL. Great for now. Okay, so the tricky bit of geometry we got to figure out now is these front sort of spear points, which is cool. It is actually like, it looks like a javelin, right? These 2 prongs in front. Take a look at the photo again. So we have to make that geometry. And in theory, I want to make it where it could be supported by the weight of the internal structure, which is pretty challenging. Holes, you get a ban, buddy. Close to 2017 referrals for the Javelin. Oh, I passed that long ago, man. Molman, yes, this can absolutely be built in real Lego. In fact, this program here, this program wasn't built by Lego, but Lego's bought it since. And you can basically export all of these pieces to Bricklink and then order them. So yeah, you can build any of these digital models IRL, assuming that you're using parts that exist in real life or are not prohibitively expensive. The program lets you build with parts in colors that don't exist if you want, or you can build with only parts that actually exist in real life. Okay, let's figure out how we're going to make that top panel. There's some cool detailing work here. We could use snot technique, but at this scale, it's going to be really hard to get this exact pattern. Almost impossible. I could try and use some tiling to sort of give the idea of that pattern. But I think for the most part, we're just going to have to accept that recreating this exact pattern at this scale is going to be next to impossible. So we'll just give the idea of it as best as possible. For the most part, though, it looks pretty flat. And then it kind of ends here. Let me see if I can get a better view of that. I have my actual YouTube video of flying by. Let me see if I give myself a better shot. Focusing on the turret. That's a cool turret, though. There are 3D models I can look at as well. See if we can bring up another. The Javelin, this is the Javelin from the store page, the actual official website. It's so out of date, man. Oh, is that from a YouTube video? Whoops. We're going down the nerd hole. Oh, yeah, for sure, man. Going deep. Okay, I just want to get that part. From the wiki page. There we go. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see. It sort of just ends there. Why don't we just leave it at that? It just kind of like chunks off right there and is mostly hidden by that. So I don't think that detail is too important for now. Okay. Let's go ahead and start. Let's see if we can find. I think these 2x4s are not going to be the correct. Actually, those are really close. I already have them angled down too. Really close. We could build it with those 2x4 wedge plates. Why don't we take some of these? We'll start out with these and see if they line up. Oh yeah, and then I have to figure out how I'm going to connect them too. Let's look at the reference again. There's a decent amount of distance. Did my video restart? Yeah, there's a decent amount of distance between that top and bottom. Okay, so this is sort of like a cover plate. Yeah, I think I ultimately I think I want to connect it to this piece here. So we'll kind of rough it out right now so it won't be structurally sound, but I think it'll do enough to get us started. And then if I want to reinforce the structure later, I can figure out how to do that. All right, let's do a plate first. Grab one of these 2x6s. A lot of the under structure here is really just roughing out at the moment so I can get the details right. And then if I wanted to actually build, I go in and redesign the understructure. Probably need to come down a little bit further with this one. The edge. Let's see. Whoops. Program gets a little wonky at scale. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't think you can put links in the chat there, but I have used the 3D viewer thing. I'm not bringing it up right now. It kills the resources on my PC. I think there's a memory leak in it. I was worried it might like crash it while I'm trying to stream or something. I'll probably bring it up in a little bit just to get some if I get stuck anywhere and I'm not sure what the details are. I think when I get to the rear of the ship, I'll need to reference it a bit more. So I think. Oh, hang on. I'm not in the top down. Get that top. Here. Okay, that is pretty much perfect on the angle. Okay. So again, we're just going to loosely connect these wedge plates together. In fact, they're not connected right now. I'm just copying them over so I can get the angle right. Now we'll connect them later. Basically, I want to get the angle. We got to get that. We got to get the ship to come to a point there. Okay, it's intersecting. So what I'm starting to see now is I think my angle is a little too steep for the nose. I already angled it a bit. Yeah. So the angle is definitely too steep. But that's good. It's good that we're here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and hide this for now so I can finish building it out. And then we'll adjust the angle afterwards. Because as much fun as it is to get into the detail work right away, if you don't get all the geometry and angles right at the start, you're just creating more work for yourself down the road. Okay, so bring that up and we can potentially finish off the nose angle with something else if we need to. That's pretty close. Like that line there is pretty darn good. I'm happy with that. It's not exact, but in terms of the time we have for this contest, I'm not going to beat myself up trying to get that angle. Like we're within it by like half a degree, basically. Okay. Why don't we just go ahead and actually just put in another wedge plate there. Just so we have the distance correct. This, you know what I mean? Not the right shape exactly, but it'll at least get us to the correct distance so that we can get the angle just right when I adjust. All right, now the tricky thing here is I'm going to have to start attaching these pieces. Actually, I think I could just copy these over and use those as structure. Because if I'm gonna, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to adjust the angle here, and the pieces all have to be connected so that the program knows that as I adjust the angle to move everything else that's connected. And I think that'll do it right there, just that layer. Okay, so now here's the annoying part. And one of the things I really hate about this program. Traditional 3D software lets you, when you do undo and redo commands, it'll save your selecting command. Now, this might actually be easier if I hide this ship. It'll be way easier if I start hiding parts that I don't want to mess with. Okay. There we go. I think that's what I want. All right, we'll see if this works. I'm actually going to go ahead and delete those chunks there. I need to keep that center. I need to keep the front chunks in piece. Yeah, dude. Like 3D software from 20 years ago is has such better controls than this Lego software does, but it is what it is. Because I could draw custom selection boxes in like Maya or something, 3D Studio Max, whatever software people are using nowadays. Blender is pretty common. But in the Lego software, it actually might be easier just for me to select this whole thing and then deselect what I don't want. Yeah, that's annoying. Okay. And then I can't deselect groups either. And if I screw up this selection at any point, I have to do it all over. It's so annoying. Hopefully we only have to adjust this angle once though. So once we get the angle adjusted, you know what? Hang on. Let's go ahead and just hide that. That should be okay. That. Really, I just need everything on the end of those hinges. Get it all. You tried building something, the Empyrean is crazy hard. I mean, yeah, building stuff in Lego is not, it depends what kind of level of fidelity and accuracy you want to do it, but it's not easy, man. Again, if you check out the link that I have on stream, you'll see the fidelity of stuff that myself and other builders try and hit for that store where we sell instructions. And it's like, I mean, some people spent like over a year building a single ship, you know, and you're like, yeah, that's a big project. Okay, I gotta make sure I get this right. If I screw it up, if there's a part in here that's not the angle I want, it's not going to rotate properly, but I think I got it. Okay, so now click this. Cool, I picked the right hinge point. Then what I want, I think I want the front view. It's not showing me the, is that the front view or is that the front? Okay, this view actually might be better. Except it's not giving me a nice angle rotation there. Okay, we'll eyeball it at the start then. Okay. Double check our imagery. Okay, so it's a flat, consistent distance for that nose piece there. We basically want this to end up being more or less level, which is really hard to tell. Let's see. It's close. It's getting a little too narrow, I think. Again, this program doesn't have the tools that I wish it did, but it's Lego software. What are you going to do? That looks pretty close. I can type in the angle manually. This looks pretty dang close. I wish I had left in that one by one, but that looks pretty, I think that's just about where we want it. Okay, hang on. I'm going to go ahead and, I think group. I think Control G is group. It's been a little while since I used this software. Okay, nose, wedge. We'll just group it for now. Then we'll unhide everything. If we need to adjust it later, I might be able to just reselect that group. Sorry for all the sniffing, guys, but I am still recovering. Oh, you sent me an FBX model? You know what? I don't actually have any 3D software on this computer right now. So I'd need to install some 3D software. I think I have most of the referencing that I need. The rear angle is the only thing that I think I might need a little help with down the road. I think that's pretty close. What I'm going to want to do though, is I'm going to want to duplicate this on the bottom just so I can visualize how that angle comes together. Now, what's nice about Lego software is you really, especially with a ship like this that's symmetrical, you kind of only have to build a quarter of the ship for the most part. Like if I build this this all the way from front to back on this top quarter. I duplicate it onto the bottom and then I mirror it over to the other side too. So you can get away with basically building most of the geometry to a quarter and then all the detail work you got to do by hand, but it does save you a lot of time with symmetrical ships anyway. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to just basically copy a chunk of this onto. Oh, I guess that could work if I just copy and mirror. Okay. Going to rotate it around. And we'll see. Sometimes it's really hard with big chunks. But we'll see if I can actually get those pins to go in where I want them to. Actually, don't even quite know where I want them to go in yet. Is that right? Kind of looks right. Yeah. That's the angle of the nose there. It does look a little thick, doesn't it? Could drop it. I could drop the connection point down by a plate or so. Let's look at the images. What else do we have of the javelin? Yeah, the javelin spear, the nose is thinner, I think. Oh, give me a nice side profile. It is thinner. I just don't have a nice image angle of it right now. Blah, 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 blah. I have footage of this ship. Better, I could bring it up. That's not even. Oh, that's like a weird preview image. But that is the geometry of it. It is thinner. The shape looks good. It's just too thick. It needs to be thinner. So what I can do is I can actually just drop these hinges down by like a plate, I think. Fortunately, this part will be in the way. Excuse me. And I think that'll get us to the thinness that I want it to be. Each one, so we can drop them, both of them down by a plate, and that should. Why don't we try dropping this top one down by a plate and see what happens first. So we'll go ahead and hide that. Oops. That one. Oh shoot, you know what? I forgot. Show all. Yeah, the annoying thing about this program too is if I reattach something to a hinge, it actually won't remember the same angle as before. Let's just move that off. I'll just put a 1x2 plate in there now. Have one laying around. Keep it a different color so I can see it. To get us closer. Whoops. Try that again. There we go. Getting a little clipping on the back end there. Okay, that's getting thinner. You know what? The angle is slightly off, isn't it? Look at this from the side view. This one. Yeah, dang it. I didn't quite get the angle exact. But since we saved it as a group, I should be able to adjust it now. Not going to let me mess with it because it's clipping somewhere, I think. to hide this geometry. I think it's clipping with some geometry over here. Gonna hide anything it might be clipping with. Okay, that should be all that it's clipping. Come on, man. Getting stuck on something. 3, 5, 6. Let's see if I can dial that in. 3, 5, 7. Now we want a 3, 5, 5. There we go. That's closer. So 355.5. 0.7. 0.8. We want it to be flat. 0.9 is pretty close, but hang on. Wait. 3, 5, 5, 3. Is that not what I wanted? Okay, 3, 5, 6 is pretty darn close. I think if we just get the other one, a 3, 5, 6 will almost be exactly what. You know, it's like 356.1, I think. Is that? Yeah, 356.1, I think, is pretty dang. I see it's still a slight angle. 3.15, 0.18, 0.19, 356.2. Let's try 0.2. 2.5. Okay, that's looking pretty dang flat. Now, what's the opposite of 356.2? See if we can replicate the angle again. Never going to happen, man. Ooh. I couldn't even see what that number was, this stupid UI. 176 point something. Okay. 176 or 177. Okay. That's 176.2. No. 5. Go. 6. 7. Okay, 0.7 is too far. 6. 6 is actually too far. Oh, right, because I changed the height of that one. Okay, that makes sense. That's going to come in a little bit different. Okay. 7.6 point. What did I have it at? 2 before was what I was testing. 2 is very close. I think it's close enough. I actually can't. That looks perfectly flat to me. Okay. I did like 2.5 with the other one, right? What was this angle again? 2.5. Okay, so I did 2.5. I just matched it up with 2.5 there. I think that angle's pretty darn good. Is it thin enough though? So I dropped the plate level on the other one by a plate. I think I need to do it on the top as well. I think we need to drop it another plate and then we'll basically be perfect. I'm going to go ahead and some of this stuff just so it doesn't get in the way. Okay, I don't think that'll get in the way. Hey Jason, how you doing, man? Yeah, I figured this stream might be interesting kilometers to somebody because I mean, not a lot of people do like large scale Lego design digitally, right? Not exactly a common skill. Oh, you know what? It's funny. I already hid some of the geometry I needed in there. Okay. So we're going to take this chunk over there. See if we can find that little 1x2 that we used down there. Pop this in at the right point. I believe is there. That should get the nose to where we want it to be. It's kind of like you spend a lot of time getting the measurements right, but once the measurements are right, then you can have fun building out the rest of it. So hard. I might need to actually hide a bit more of this while I attach it. Getting caught on weird bits of geometry here. Whoops. Wrong one. Come on, Lego. Let me do the thing I want to do. Ooh, that looked like it had it actually. Nope. Yeah, we got it. I see why it was giving me trouble, because that's clipping right now. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll figure out that little clipping part in a second. All right. Now that's thin. That's where I want it to be. The javelin has to have that nice, thin, sharp spear point. All right. Now, do we work within the group? Do I keep this a group or need a... Yeah, I'll probably keep it a group just for the sake of working easier. Can build out the spear a little bit. Oh yeah, and for anyone who hasn't, yeah, this is what I worked on yesterday, is getting the structural frame. I built this frame out because with the plans of if I ever want to convert this to a physical model, it's going to need a frame that doesn't bow under the weight of the ship. I've built a lot of Lego models this big before, and once you start adding on what ends up being like 50 pounds of Lego, the plastic itself starts to bend a lot. So you have to build special frames that don't bend. So building the Lego sideways like this and integrating 2x2 plates in there should reduce the bowing a lot. I'd put 2x2s at the bottom as well, but that's basically, I'll go in and kind of and clean up the structure if I ever want to build this physically. Now, let's go in here and start building out. Excuse me. The nose. We just had those in place for structural purposes. Yeah, I might just release this group for now. Go ahead and hide the lower group, and I'll hide this as well, because I'm kind of getting annoyed. You know what? Let's not hide the lower group. Let's just hide these. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm going to release this. If we ever need to rebuild this group, we can, but it's just going to be easier to work on it. Is this CAD for Lego? More or less, but it doesn't have the functionality of CAD. I wish. The overall scale of this is 1/400 scale. So yeah, fig scale I consider to be around 142. Some people like, it varies between 135 to 142, but I think 142 is a better fig scale. So this is 1/400 scale. I've been building battleships, like World War II ships, at 1/200 scale. We've been building a micro Star Wars fleet at 1/250 scale. I was looking at doing this 1/250 scale, but it would be over 8 feet long. Or no, it would be almost 7 feet long. And at that point, if I ever wanted to build it physically, it's like, where are you going to put it? So I decided 1/400 was like, at least if I build this IRL, it'll still be massive. It'll be like the size of your table, basically, but more realistic if I ever want to build it IRL. So I went for 1/400 scale. I should build the retribution too. Sure. Yeah, I'll get right on that, guys. Thanks. Thanks for the suggestion. Okay. Let's go ahead and block in some of this. I do want to get, this is what we were looking at before, that detail work. If I can replicate that with some tiling, that'd be cool. So let's see what we can do here. Get that again. Okay, right around there. Did I? You know what's annoying is I didn't actually mark out. I'm going to need to do a little bit more measuring work because let's go ahead and hide this. You guys can see all the fun pre-production work that I've had to do for this. Okay, so here's my little blueprint that I built out of Lego. What's so annoying about this Lego software is if you've worked in any sort of 3D program before, you'll know you can import reference images for your background so that when you model something, you can make it exact. Not in Lego software. I have to copy this, bring it into Photoshop, and overlay it. So annoying. It's like just this annoying extra step that it's like, you don't have to do this in any other 3D software. Okay, let's see how we're doing here. Close. Engines. Right on the edge. It's more or less where we were. Okay. Now these little winglets. That's what I needed to measure. Yeah, we got to get those winglets in the right spot before we can start doing this nose detailing. You guys argue. Jason, don't rile up my community, all right? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And from there. Okay, let's see this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. A marker here. 1, 2, 3. See how much more work it is to do without having reference images directly in the software. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Okay, so I put a bead. Excuse me. That's an annoying shape too. Okay. Look at our wedge plates. It looked like there was a 45-degree angle in there somewhere. So let's grab these. Need to bring it out. Plate 4. Drangole being used to Blender. This is painful. Bro, I've used, again, when I was like at the height of my 3D software stuff, I used to be a professional 3D animator and modeler. Um, 20 years ago, this software was freaking more functional than this. So, I mean, you have to get me started on how much I don't like this Lego software for what it is. That being said, this Lego software is so much better than it used to be. So, I mean, I'm thankful for the fact that it's not totally broken, but yeah, not exactly like fantastic to work with. I don't think that 45 is quite where I want it to be. Well, we could test it, I guess. Also, let's count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13 in there. That's where the edge of the wing is. 1, 2, 3. I think that's 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we want to bring it up. Bring it up to around there. And it kind of comes back a bit. So let's see. Move this out of the way. Okay. And down here, some stuff. Hey, Dustfang, you might. Hey, man, I might not even finish this. Also, it's fair competition, dude. Don't count yourself out of the running. Okay, that looks pretty close. Also, I mean, like, I don't even know if I'm going to finish this in time for the contest. Like, we'll see. This is a lot. That looks bad. Let's go ahead and render this out and see how close we got. This is my least favorite part of the whole process. Oh, let's get a little closer, actually. I say render it out, and I mean doing this bull crap and bringing in the Photoshop. It's not even a render. I'll delete this. Wait a minute. Did it not copy it over? What the hell just happened? Copy? The fuck? All right. It pasted my old clipboard in there. Cool. Nice. There's the one that I wanted. Why didn't it give me that one? Whatever. Oh yeah, wow. We're way off with that wing, man. Well, that's why we measure early. Again, I did most of this measuring off stream yesterday because it's so laborious. Okay, pretty close. Boy, how the hell did I get that wrong? All right, whatever. So yeah, we got to nudge that one back quite a bit. Oh yeah, Dringle. I think you can import a 3D model, or you can do something, but excuse me. My experience, it doesn't work very well. Yeah, it's closer to what I want it. Okay, now let's see. And this is just building out the blueprint. We're not even making the model, the chunk of the model that I'm actually planning on using. It does come in at a slight, it's not actually 90 degrees here. It comes in at a slightly steeper angle. We do actually have a 2x6 wedge, I think. That's a new part, actually. Kind of exciting for Lego nerds like me. MPU, guys. New part usage. Okay. That might actually just be close enough to what I'm going for. It's not the exact angle, but I'm not going to fight it too hard. Will it have a 1-to-1 interior? No, I'm not going to do an interior for this. It's 1/400 scale, so if I was if I had a lot more time, I would build out the cargo bay, or the not the cargo bay, but the hangar for ships. They haven't provided a lot of reference material for it, so that's the only downside. Is like, if I'm going to build a working hangar, I want to build it how they have it in game and not guess, because it's a lot of work. So let's just do that. I think that's more or less the correct shape. So let's move that back because that's our reference. But yeah, and then it goes into the ship a bit. That's what I needed to replicate a bit more of. Get a 2x3 plate. Pretty close. Going 2. Wasn't a bad 2. Okay. That should be pretty close. We're getting our measurements correct. And this will allow me to figure out how I want to do the tiling over here. Yay. Okay. Let's go ahead and build in backing here. So again, this is not being built structurally at the moment because 2x4s after this. Steal one from here. Because if I ever plan to do this physically, I'll just go in and clean up all the structural components and optimize it for part count and buying cost and all that stuff. But that's a huge portion of what we do in our Lego store, our instruction store, is like we build the models so that you buy it IRL. It's like efficient. It's efficiently built. Doesn't use more parts than it needs to. And there's enough parts to actually buy it. Like Some of the parts I might be using here might be like really old or rare parts that are hard to get. So when we make instructions for the store, we have to go through and make sure we're not using any parts that are like too old, too rare. Let's turn that back. Array. Me. Now we can look at doing some tiling work. Am I building the Banu Merchantman? Dear God, no. Oh, buying the Banu Merchantman. I would love to fly the Banu Merchantman, but it's not really a gameplay loop that I don't even know what his gameplay loop is. The problem with the Banu Merchantman is I like the idea of a traveling bazaar, but I have no idea how that works as gameplay if you own the ship. Okay, so let's go ahead and line up our tiling work that we're going to do. Let's get our reference shot. Okay. So it kind of comes in at this angle right before the little winglets, whatever those things are. So tile 2x2. I think we have another. And also, I don't have to use tiles. I can use wedge plates as well. Let me build out a little palette of what we have. Then I can figure out what I want to do. Yeah, I like these parts here. Those. That's that. Okay. Yeah. So again, we're not going to be able to get, that does come in at kind of a 45 though. We're not going to be able to get any of this exact, which is kind of a bummer. But mostly we just want to create a sense of this kind of patterning on the nose here, because I know I'm not going to be able to get it accurate. Some of this will come across harder, will be harder to see in 3D. I always have the habit of modeling digital stuff for how it's going to render in real life, because I know how tiles line up together and where the light kind of hits off of them. And it might not actually come across as well in 3D. So some of this effort might just be for nothing, but we'll see. Hey, I don't even know where I'm tiling that off, because that's going to be where the winglet happens. Yeah, we got to figure out how to attach that little winglet now. Excuse me. It does physically protrude a little bit. Let's figure out the winglet situation. Delete that. And I think delete this. Well, hang on. Let's go back. Want to rotate it down. Just trying to think of the best way to attach it. Might have actually be better to attach it there, but it kind of needs the top part there. That's a really tricky connection based on how I built the edge here. I mean, we could honestly do the 3D cheat, which is just basically having it connected by a single stud. Or I could do a single stud connection point, which would just be for the top chunk. L2x2. And then like Just put a single 1x1 plate stud, 1x1 stud in here somewhere. That, and then so when you have a single stud in there, you can attach something on top and adjust as you want. The only problem is that it is still a really subtle chunk. Let's see. It kind of needs like a curved float part. There's only come up 2 plates and they're very gradual. Sort of what I want there. Fill it in, and then what you can do, since it's only got the single stud, we can rotate as needed. Not the exact shape I want, but again, at the scale, I have to kind of approximate with detail work. Let's get view. Reference images again. Okay. So it's going to be about 5 long. Come over here. Need to change the color. There we go. I'd like to add in some of that chunky detail there, but again, at this scale, we don't have a lot of options. I'd have to nudge one of those forward. We could exaggerate it a bit, but if I do it, it's just going to be super exaggerated, which might look better than not having it. Let's try the exaggerated approach. I don't know if it'll be structurally sound, but try. Yeah. It won't actually connect structurally. Wait, I think we have 1x5 plates now. Yes, we do. Lego added those like a year or 2 ago. Totally forgot that those existed. Woohoo! All right, we can do it. I'm gonna have to. Actually, no. Oh, I guess I could do a 1x3. Now, shoot. Again. Now I'm running into structural problems. Let's do slope, curve, nose on, but that's not exactly what I'm going for. That would be a big exaggeration of it. Way too big and chunky. Nah. No. Yeah, I think we just kind of keep it. Probably just keep it like that. And if I have a lot of time later, I'll come in and try and add some detailed work to that. But for the most part, when we just try and block in most of how this build is going to go. And then we'll figure it out later. Oh yeah, actually a design challenge is going to be filling in this side section here. Yeah, Jason, you can't build any ships at fig scale. We've been there's these guys that Jack and I know through Lego who are doing they're 3D modeling a Star Destroyer at fig scale. And it's like a group of guys that have been working on it for like years, and we're just like always laughing at it because they're trying to get funding to build it in real life. And I'm like, What are you talking about? Where are you guys going to build it? In like a football stadium? Like it makes no sense. Okay. Go ahead and delete that there. That, okay, those will run. Tip of this spear coming together, guys. Stupid measuring though. Okay, let's get the tiling work done, and then we'll figure out the edge of it. Okay, there's that nice little gap there. I don't know if we'll be able to replicate that exactly. Let's see. Maybe we can kind of do like a nice little gap. Then if we change the color of that to like, it'll actually render in real life nicely with the shadow, but if we wanted to, we could make that. Is that dark bluish gray? Yeah, that is. That'd allow us to like see the little grid line there. And that's as far out as those tiles are supposed to go. So let's fill that in. Yeah, Disney would be able to do it. That's the thing is like there's some huge awesome projects that I would happily like take a commission from Disney to do, you know, and be like, yeah, you want to build this insanely ambitious project, let's do it. But they kind of have their own teams for it already. Wedge. Hey, that does fit. That's nice. So this should start creating some of the lines that I like on that nose. Again, digitally, it's hard to say how that's going to render out. I just know how it would look in real world. Yeah, so we got to... We're just not going to be able to replicate most of those shapes, unfortunately. Let's see if we can kind of like create some placeholder shapes. How do we do it? Let's see. Like a weird triangle there, weird triangle there. Because that's the thing. As long as people kind of have an approximate knowledge of what the Javelin looks like, you can kind of fake some of the detail work. And unless somebody's looking directly at a reference image, it'll still look pretty good. I'm not really doing this accurately. See if we can try and get some of the shapes to look more accurate. And then that one's like the opposite. Then bring it up. I think that's the best we can kind of hope for in this situation, is to try and just like approximate some of those details. Excuse me. Structure. or here so we can put it on there. And I think in the nose, we're just not going to have enough options, really. Let's see. We could do 2 of those here. Hide this real quick. I'm going to delete this chunk. We don't really need it anymore. I was using it for reference at the start anyway. Fit there. Let's get others in there. Right on the edge there. I don't think that looks that good, to be honest. Actually, don't think any of that work looks that good. We could keep it in and turn them light bluish gray. And then it's sort of there. And then you'll see the patterning if it was ever built IRL. The contrast is too strong. I could keep the pieces in there. And for doing renderings, we could choose a color that maybe doesn't exist in real life. And do that to like satin white. We could use a color in which this piece just doesn't have. Very light bluish gray. And that would give it just a slightly different tone. Actually, you know what? Light gray should do it. Light gray is the old color. There, see that color difference? Super, super subtle, right? I use that to create a weathered effect on models in real life. You can use old light gray parts. I don't think they've made light gray since like early 2000 or something. Excuse me. Well, let's see. Did I bring this nose in too far? Or did it not far enough? Oh, shit. We've got a lot of extra room here. Whoops. Okay. That's closer to where we actually want it. Might have given me a few more options. And again, structurally right now, this model wouldn't hold together. But I am building it in a way where if I really wanted to painstakingly figure out how to put this whole thing together, I could do it. Color should be the level cap org theme. Yeah. Not too shabby. Could actually make those the gray. Create a little bit of that texturing in there. There are some better renderers that you can import a Lego model into and get some nicer visualization that looks much more realistic. Let's go ahead and look at that image now in the back there. Got this weird chunk right there. Oh, what is that? There's some other detail in there. Excuse me. There's also a lot of inconsistencies with the model for this ship. If you look at older models, they're very different from newer ones. So you got to watch out when you're looking at reference images. You don't have the old model. see. That ease around. Bacon, you saw the title and you're like, why would I watch this? And now, 45 minutes later, you're still watching. There's something. Lego is therapy, man. It's why why I love it so much. It's just a very therapeutic process of like putting things together, solving problems and stacking things and whatever, man. It's all fun to me. Be good. Can't break my one link of structural connection there. And I guess I could, but rebuild it before I break it. Plate 2x2. Is that kind of a shape that I had from before? Not really. Actually, it gets more accurate, I think, if I do that. Now we could tile off under there. It would be such a nightmare if I was actually gonna make this IRL, but we can definitely do a couple little cheats for the Lego model. We'll do that in old gray. Oh, that's not old gray. There's old gray. Hey, Red, thanks for the €2, man. You're the Pedro Camacho when it comes to Lego. Thank you, sir. All right. Kind of getting some of that detail work in there. Do I have a 2x2 tile somewhere? I don't see one. I keep deleting them. But I might not even want a 2x2. I think I just want a 2x4. Oh, I want a 2x3. That's what I want. Not entirely sure what that is. I might need to look at some my video over that chunk. See something there. You look excuse me. You have some more beauty shots of the javelin. Oh, there we go. What is that? Can you zoom in on this video? No, I can't. They look like little exhaust ports or something. Yeah, just little exhaust ports. Okay, let's get them in there. We needs our details. Where's the other image that I was using? This one. Okay, so you can kind of approximate that with this sort of detail work here. I'm a little less concerned about its Like, yeah, they would technically be right there, but I think this shape is a little more important. Unless I want to make that shape smaller like that. Could do that. Why don't we do that, and then we can get the exhaust ports in a little closer. Did we get fancy with the exhaust ports? Any cool technique I can use? I don't think I can go too crazy with those. Grill is the easy approach, but I do want it sunken down, so hopefully that plate there is pretty good for where I want it. And I replace that with a bigger plate 6x6. Go. Grills down there. New one. That's dark bluish gray. We bump forward. No, they're actually pretty far back. Okay. It's pretty good. Okay, 2x4 tile. Let's put that in there. Or a line around somewhere, but faster just to tape it in. Run those back. Start filling that. Okay, we got our sunken exhaust port in there. That looks okay. Well, sorry, Blake, I missed what you're saying, buddy, but it sounds like maybe you were in need of some help, sir. All right, let's go ahead and save this. Just saved it as the old one, and let's save another new copy. For anyone who's worked with Lego Studio, you'll know that you can lose hours and hours of work by not saving frequently enough and making new files, because this program will corrupt your old files if it crashes and you have a file open. It's an absolute nightmare. I don't even want to think about the hours that I've lost doing this. Okay. So we're blocking out the front of the ship. Feel pretty good about that chunk there. This edge piece is going to be tricky. If I want to do it right. Okay. Why don't we just solve that problem now? We're here. I could always save it to later because it's not something that I'm excited about. But it is a problem that needs to be solved. Why don't we solve it, and then we can move on to something a little more fun. Okay. Basically, could use mixel joints. Mixel joints is definitely probably a good solution. You build them out here. Okay. Excuse me. All right, we'll worry about the structural design later. Start building that. I separate the Technic bricks like this because 2 plates will actually line up the holes nicely if you need to build it perpendicular to this. You can stud them in and it makes a really strong structural piece. So whenever I'm just planning stuff, I'll usually just put 2 plates of separation in there. All right, Mixel. This is going to be such a pain. Yeah, we'll bring it in a little. I don't want the mixel joint to be. Well, figure it out. Plates. Oh, I think I have to actually jumper it now. Actually, I think that's too close. Let's go ahead and get a jumper on here. Socket. Get a mixel socket going. I want this part to be the socket. Doesn't matter. Again, I'm going to leave it there. We'll get the opposite side. Right. All. Go. Is there any asymmetry in this model? Yeah. The bridge is asymmetrical. Top and bottom are slightly different. Luckily, not too different. The hangar bay and the bridge are the biggest asymmetrical points. So each one of those is going to have to be unique. Because the bridge is not centered. It's on the right side of the ship. Okay, let's just go ahead and get our spacing out here. And yes, I know none of this is structurally sound, but I'm just getting the spacing done. And then if I actually want to build in the structure later, I can figure out a way to do it. Bring it out further. That fireworks. Nah, Lego fireworks aren't too hard to do. I've done plenty of Lego explosions. Let's replay. Close, but I think we need to extend it a little. Okay. Whoops. That's actually pretty close. I didn't even mean to put it on that side, but okay. I just get these to the colors that they exist in. Why the heck is the price on this? So that's so weird. Program was giving me $4 price for that part in that color, and I looked at it and it was like 7 cents. I'm like, how is that $4? Now that's definitely too fat, but let's just see what we can do. I'm not loving this approach so far. Can't think of any other good way other than like maybe paneling. I don't think paneling would be good though. All right, we'll get a long time. What's going on here? Why won't it attach? I think it's actually hitting these. It was. Cool. Right? This is coming out further than I want it to. Go ahead and switch that to 1x8. Here, and then can. Yeah. This comes out a little further than I really want it to. But it does kind of have like a smooth rollover on the ship for the most part. It's got a few chunky things in there that I could build in, but it is smoothish on the outside. I don't know if I can. I mean, I can probably get that flush. If I back this all the way out, might be able to get it. Okay, I've got an idea. Go ahead and group this chunk. Control G. I don't need to name it. Delete the group later. Back it out further. Okay, such a tight fit. Close. Let's see. Just do one stud there. Don't know if that'll fit without. That part. It's. Oh, whoops. So they're obviously intersect. Dang, I don't think that's going to work actually. I was hoping it would fit. There's a couple ideas I have. It might still work. Yeah. Okay. I have another idea. Use the ball pin. Hate this part because I don't know what it's actually called. What is it called? A bar 1L with toe ball. Okay, whatever. Wonder why I don't remember the name of that part. The hard part of this, dang it, what I really don't like is how far it's going to come out. It creates this kind of like chunk. I don't know. It just like, it kind of ruins the edge of the ship. I need those tiles to be right up against it. And this area here is almost too thin for it. Michael, what the hell are you watching? I just woke up. I don't know if I'll publish this model. We'll see. The problem is if I publish anything, and I've done this in the past because I've been doing a Lego business with my brother for like over 5 years, Even if we make it for free, we just end up having to help so many people that like have all these questions about stuff, and it just ends up being a massive pain in the butt. Let's see if I did it inside. Okay, another. Oh, God damn it! Yeah, this is where things get really freaking tricky. I could do it clean. I could do it quick, or I could do it right. Okay, I think we're all right. All right, I have a really stupid idea for the edge of this thing. I'm gonna hate this. This is gonna be annoying AF, but let's just do it. Okay. Go ahead and hide that one. Yeah. I don't even know why we're using a tow ball here anymore. It could just be a hinge. I don't know if it really matters, to be honest. Let's go ahead and build out the structure first, then we'll adjust. Is it really clipping already? Is it clipping with structural support? Okay, well, let's adjust it first, then we'll... Yeah, I might just have to drop this back even further so it stops clipping. All right, drop it back further. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build a parallel support structure here further in, which I should then be able to use like a rod system to support just the tiles on the outside and to bulk it up with extra plates. Excuse me. Ugh, so annoying building in this chunk of the model. Just go ahead and hide the top section. Yeah, and I do see the problem with this now. All right, we'll see what we can do. It's going to get tricky, man. I got to get the angle just right. God damn it, I hate this solution. Really hate it. What if I just rotate the whole thing? This is part of Lego building, guys. It's not all just clean solutions for everything. If I rotated it, we just had the plates on the bottom. That actually might not be too bad. Okay. Okay. We're going back. Going back in time. So, what if instead we rotate that to 0 degrees? Rotate it like this. And then we tile it off. There's some things like this that are actually a little bit easier to do in real life sometimes. Yeah, it's got to be off center for me to get that working properly. I just created a tile. Okay, so that hinge piece is kind of chunky. Plate with what's going on, program? Might actually be easier doing a bar connection on the inside. Well, let's try bar. Yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead and delete some of those support pieces in there. Edit that. In fact, let's go ahead and use. Yeah, this is a new one. I haven't used that one before. And we can potentially drop that back if we need to for the edge right here. Still want it to look ugly. It needs to be clean. And it almost has the distance that I want. Pretty darn close. You have a little intersecting there. Yeah, see, it just gets so tight that I won't be able to actually connect that to anything else in a good, meaningful way. I always do a little bit of faking down the road. All right. I think I kind of have an idea of what I want to do, but I don't want to do it on stream because it's just going to take too dang long. Why don't we move over to something a little more fun, like the inside of the Javelin nose? We have some imagery for it. Oh. Yeah, the mixel joint on the end of the bar stuck in a open stud with a hole. Yeah. That something like that is going to be a solution I think that I look into. It's not, no, Lego Digital Designer is not alive. There's a new program called Studio. It's not new, it's been out for a while, but that's kind of what's replaced LDD. Okay. So this kind of has like a hollow greebled area. I might have to open Premiere and look through some of my footage that I got of this. I got a really nice imagery. I mean, for the most part, it's just like it goes in and then there's greebling. I mean, that's most of it. It's like the greebling isn't super specific, so it just goes in. Might have to, now that I'm this far on this chunk here, though, I might have to group it again and replicate it lower. And then we can do the internal greebling. Okay, so before we do that, though, make sure this is reinforced, and then we'll duplicate it lower. Maybe we'll leave 6 here. 8 by 16, I mean. Does that fit? Looks like it should fit. Okay, there we go. We'll take that all the way down. Nose. And then that's 4 even. I could bring that back 1. We'll do 6. Clean up. I got to clean up the inner edge a little bit before we duplicate this to top and bottom. Excuse me. Oh yeah, and then how far in does it go past that? Okay, so this has got a whole weird internal chunk area. That'll be a paint to model, but maybe not. We'll see. I'll work on this internal chunk first. Am I going to build it in real life when you're done designing it? I don't know. I've got a lot of large gray Lego ships in my house, so I don't know if I want another one. This is mostly for the Star Citizen competition. If there was like a huge amount of interest from the community to build one of these in Lego from them, and they like wanted to buy instructions, then I might do it, but the amount of time it would take to go from digital to physical is quite significant. And I don't know if it's something I'm personally super interested in, just because I've done it so many times. Okay. So I think if I go ahead and delete that, keep that there. Okay. Works. Just hiding stuff right now so that I can make selection that I need to. Stuff's totally clipping. Okay. All right. Good there. So we will copy and mirror. Okay, now we'll show all. You know what? I actually have an extra. I don't. It's not extra. I remember I need to. That's where I'm going to need to attach it. Okay. Hide all that just so we can attach it easier. All. Okay. Cool. Thank God for mirror commands in this, man. I swear. We got plates intersecting there. That's okay, though, for now. Okay. So I want to create that internal greebling. We got to do a stud flip here. The easiest way to do a stud flip there might just be Technic. Let's see. Much as I like that, I think I could just use some Technic studding. Big already. Okay, Technic. Brick. Let's get this one. Enough fit. Yeah, let's try this one. Oh, it's that stupid big support thing. Yeah, I do want it sunk in a bit more than that. I mean, I could nah, I can't really delete that big support. Excuse me. God, I could do I want to keep it centered. You know, obviously we can just do something like this, but I'm hoping to get a little bit more Technic support there. All right, let's get a 4 by something plate. Four by 8. A 4 by 8. Really? Right. We're already intersecting that. Okay. Actually, I got an idea. This might be stronger. I did another one of those here. I think we can wedge plates in between it. It'd actually be strong. Okay. Also might not be. Wedge plate. Older one. See if that fits. There we go. We'll do that and then a 2x16. There we go. Okay. So this we can just basically use to build out that inner structure. Oh yeah, this is for a contest. You singing Highway to the Danger Zone, man? Oh. You're singing Rocket Man. A Lego Man. I get it. Wedge plate. Yeah, so that angle is going to be way too subtle for I think any wedge plates. So we're just going to have to get in close here and kind of clean it up with greebling. Let's see if we can get another 2x16 behind here. There we go. I think just barely. That might actually be too close. Yeah. Okay, let's not do 2x16. Let's do 2x12 maybe. Then I'll do. Excuse me. Can we get another one behind it? That would be nice. Yeah. Yeah, that does look like it is actually intersecting and the program's just not warning me. Okay. 2x3. Let's see if we can find the P. Like a toe ball. Yeah. Okay, so it needs to be a stud on the jumper. Okay, so that's more or less what it's going to be. Again, I'm pseudo thinking about structural integrity, but that's a really strong way to go from 2x2 to 1x something, or 2x to 1x. Go ahead and start converting this to light bluish gray. That angle there actually does work pretty well. Don't think I'm going to be able to replicate that. Oh, you know what? Wedge plates. I think the angle of the new 2x6 wedge is still too shallow, but we can test it. Yeah, still too shallow, but it can go in. But like fits there. Does that exist in light bluish gray? It does. Expensive, man. And we can do a, see how far we can. No. Do 4 by something. Or if that comes out to. I don't think it. It's gonna be tricky. I'm gonna have to like just greeble up a bunch of stuff. Yeah, let's see what we can. Let's see if we can fill in some stuff quickly and then clean it up later. These things are kind of nice. Those are the bottom sides of hinges, and they look nice in my opinion for doing some quick greebling work. Then we'll do 1x3 plates. We'll do tile then. As close as, in fact, those might intersect. Bring it all back. Stud. Too many of those in a row looks chunky though, so we'll use them sparingly. Some bracket work. Good old bracket. Okay. Able to reverse that one. Can I do it on both sides? Let's see. I don't need to do the bracket work. We'll see. I thought having this support thing there would be nicer, but I'm not really using it. To wrap my brain around how I want to use that, actually. Well, let's see. Jumper. Bring a couple. Bit. Looks like it's actually intersecting with that piece now. And put a jumper there. I mean, the idea is that we want to create a sense of greebling. Grab a grill. Never go wrong with a grill. Convert it to light bluish gray for now, and we'll get into coloring later as we deem necessary. Actually, don't really like that bracket. And grill up a bunch of that stuff back there as we need to. How's it going, chat? Looks really cool so far. Thank you. Actually, despite looking like it's only like a quarter done, well, actually, we're probably closer to a third based on how much of this is just going to be mirrored over to the other side as soon as I get to a point where I'm relatively happy with how it looks. Okay. Plate 2x3. Can we fit those in back there? That's kind of cool, actually. Too many of them are useful. Excuse me. Let's go back to the brackets and play around. Might not. But we don't want that. And they got the 1x1 brackets. The only problem with the bracket is that it kind of, because of the angle of this, it doesn't quite work the way I want it to. Get lever. Can't do cool Star Citizens. Kind of the rule for greebling. They're not going to let me. Oh, do I have to do those separately? Hang on. Yeah, I forgot. This makes me do it separately. All right, here we go. Make those light bluish gray and then combine them. And we can adjust that. Lever. one. Let's see. Put Mickey Mouse in there. Clips. Now I believe, let's look at the image again. Like kind of like a lot of parallel, excuse me, parallel bars and just general greebling running through the inside there. See if we can. Yeah, that's my only issue with the brackets is they push things out a little further than I want them to be. Yeah, I don't like them. I don't like the brackets. But these here, they do nicely. Some bars. Oh yeah, we can have some fun. Okay. Wanted. I think that comes in light bluish gray, yeah. Let's look at our bars real quick. I'm always sad that these things never get used. Got like a whole stack of them in my build room. See if we can fit one of these guys in here. Will it fit? I might have to delete. There we go. I'm greebling, guys. Oh yeah, no worries for asking about what software this is. It's called Studio. It used to be called Stud.io because they thought they were clever, but nobody got the naming, so they just changed the name to Studio. I think this is the one. Light bluish gray. Yep. I mean, I guess I could move this whole thing up. Maybe not, actually. There we go. Now let's move it up. Really? What's the problem? I didn't move that up far enough? Excuse me. Again, I am sick, recovering from COVID. I'm going to get another cough drop. How long have I been working on it? I put in about 8 hours yesterday. And we're 2 hours into the stream, so I guess that's about 10 hours. This is where I got to show for it so far. But, I mean, if I'm being honest, a couple hours of just doing layouts and measuring at the start was like a huge portion. All right, let's see if we can get some more creative greebling in there. We got tons of parts. Oh yeah, these ones are always fun. You know, those might actually work nicely there. And do them backwards. What's going on, Lego? Why are you not letting me put this there? I don't really get that. Is that longer than 2 studs? Is that what's going on? Oh yeah, you know what? Forgot that piece there is a little weird. Okay. It comes up higher than I thought it did. Never mind. We can put it there though. Huzzah! You got to figure out a way to finish off that nose chunk a little bit too. And this area is still a little open here. I think it's okay. Is that intersecting? That is intersecting. We're cheating. All of this fits. Another one there? What's going on? Oh, it's hitting the something back here, that thing. What creative stuff do we have? Kinds of fun little parts. These ones are ancient, dude. I mean, I'm not going to put such an old piece. That's from like the 80s. Anyone who grew up on Lego back in the day. I wish there was a greebling category for Lego parts. There isn't really, though. I do want to do a bit more of this bar work in here, though. Why is it... What's it intersecting with? Oh. I have the bars kind of angled in a bit. Okay. Let's rotate that out. Should do it. On that correct. Close enough. Get some more parallel detail work in there. Oh, stupid little greebling piece. That looks fine. If I were really getting into it, I'd probably be using rigid hoses for this. A bit more advanced clip work, but I do want to make progress on what is probably just going to be a digital model for most. Ah, these things. Is this a plate round? Do these come in other colors yet? They come in dark bluish gray. Well, we could just make them light bluish gray for the purpose of a digital model. Ooh, yeah. Can put those there. Flip one to the other side. Now we're talking. Get a fourth in there. That looks like it's technically clipping, so try not to cheat it too much. See if we can fit a something in there. All right. Well, most of that detail work should look better once it's cleaned up. Parts to gray so they're not standing out so much. Yeah, but once there's lighting and shadow and stuff, I could do a render, but renders take forever. So keep it as is. We could work on getting the torpedo launchers in now. And then after Torp Launchers, I could work on this engine. This engine is basically replicated 10 times throughout the ship, because these ones are 2x2 stacked, and then I think it's just one here and one there. So there's 8 of those small ones in the back. So if I just make one engine, then we can actually get a lot of the engine work done. Okay, let's do Torp Launchers, and then we'll do engine. Let's do a save, and we'll go ahead and do another save as. Save. Yeah. Torp Launcher. Let's see. What is going on here? That I actually have, I think my Photoshop image is the best here. I think I should do another front render overlay. And that'll give me the best opportunity to get as accurate as possible. Is this the front render? Yeah. Okay, you better paste the correct one this time. V, bro. There we go. Hard light. Those for scale. Hear it. Yeah, that's my center point. You live in Tunisia in North Africa. We don't have international credit cards here, so I can't buy the game. I was wondering. Yeah. Sorry, buddy. Let's see. Stuff. Oh, those are the sort of exhaust ports or countermeasures, I think. Okay, so assuming that torpedo launcher size is correct. Or okay, it's about 3 studs. Of course, it's 3 stud circle. Yeah, and that structure around it actually doesn't go up quite as far as I thought. Video, give me slightly. Yeah, that goes back really far into the Javelin, so that's a big structure. Pale Owl, do I think I'll finish today? No. This is going to be a multi-day thing. I think we have until, say, like 27 or something. I have to look it up again. But it's like sometime we have like a full, I think it's like a full extra week. Okay, let's get forgot there's some good 3x3 rounds. Four by you 3x3. By 4. 4x4 is gonna be too big. There's like 3x3. Lego came out with it recently. Because there aren't any circular pieces that are like 3 studs by 3 studs in. It's either 2x2 or 4x4. But I think Lego just came out with it not long ago, but I don't remember. Let's use a wheel piece. Oh. Well, there's a 3x3 round tile. That's not actually going to help me, but for the actual build. But I can use the 3x3 round tile, at least for reference. Figure out. Build it. Okay. So basically, we got to build 2 prongs. Well, 1 prong, and then we'll mirror it. And those prongs come out slightly further than this top chunk here. So more or less, it's just this. It's this thing here. This might not be that complicated. Let's see. I mean, I'm complicating it right now, actually. Let's, okay. Do build one of these in here. One of those. Okay. Now 4x12 maybe. Oh, not a brick. 4x12 plate. Gray. Okay, so we can always add on to it as needed. And those Torp Launchers come out. Go again. About right past the shielding there. Or at least the rampart does. Maybe it does go right up to the shielding. Okay, so the Torp Launchers are right there. And they come out, so yeah, they come out a little bit past the shielding. Okay. So stitch this together with another plate. Looks like maybe a 4x6. Let's try that. Give me a plate. All right, 4x6. Go. Yeah, so that distance actually looks pretty good. Hey, let's cool it with this scam talk, buddy. I mean, look, you're willing. All right. Like it's fine to have your opinion on Star Citizen, but we're not gonna tolerate the scam spam in chat. It's kind of a joke at this point to call Star Citizen a scam. And you can criticize Star Citizen all you want, man, but I'm playing the game right. I play the game. You know, I played it yesterday. I played it today. If it's a scam when I have nothing to play, you know? Did I select? Just trying to get the measuring. Okay. Let's see. Torpedo tubes are. Okay, so that almost lined up with that chunk there. Actually, really far in. Okay. Take a 1.4 plate. Yeah, so it's not directly center on there, but let's see if we can get it centered. And then we'll figure out the structure afterwards. Yeah, so it's basically just one plate short of that structure. Whoops. Okay, so that's based, so that should be the alignment of the torpedo tube. And more or less the scale as well. Yeah, they are kind of on the outside of those honky things. Now, let's see if we can. I kind of want to do another front render. Make sure we got the alignment correct. Or I move on to solidify this design here. No, you don't need to build this physically for the contest. There's two types of submissions. There's physical submissions and then there's digital submissions. They didn't really, I mean, they gave like, I think the contest is like 2 weeks or a week and a half in total. So to build anything substantial physically in a week and a half is extremely hard. Like I would never be able to build anything to the quality that I would be proud of in a week and a half for Star Citizen, you know. So that's why I went digital, right? If they gave me like 3 months, then yeah, maybe I'd go for something crazy in a physical model. But it just doesn't have the timeline for that for the contest. So it's fine for doing something digital. The bad thing about these digital contests, though, I don't know if I'd say it's bad, but I mean, like I don't have to build this model with the intention of it existing in real life, which gives me a lot of freedom. But at the same time, it sort of takes some of that, like, wow, isn't that like, I don't know, the thing that makes it impressive in the first place is that it could exist as a Lego model. It's like, I imagine most of the stuff people submit digitally, it's going to be even way less stress. Like I'm building mine where if I wanted to convert it to a real model someday, it's got the structural components in there where I just have to modify them and adjust them a bit. But I imagine a lot of what's going to get submitted digitally would not really translate to physical very well. Okay, so that circle is too big for that Torp launcher. Dang it. So 2x2 is too small. And 3x3 is too big. I bet you there's a wheel. There's a wheel piece I can find. Always a wheel, man. I guess it was, I guess the spacing there just was incorrect. So let's get that extra plate in there. Bring that over another plate. Those torps really like to nudge in. I'm going to have to actually delete some of this greebling here on the side. He's too close. I think. Oh no, I think I'm okay. Well, yeah, I'm definitely going to have to delete that for building out that structure later. In fact, can't even see any of that greebling back there. I'll keep the edge stuff. Okay, so I bumped that out of plate. That should be more centered now. And then, wow, this one's really coming close. This, hang on, my image is not centered. What the hell's going on here? I lined it up on that side and that side. My actual model not centered? What's going on? Someone gave this to me online. Now I'm worried that maybe it's not a perfectly centered thing. No. Should be right there. That should be right there. That's not the center though. What the fuck? Okay, let's try an experiment. See if this image is centered first. If I'm using this as my reference and it's not centered, that's a problem. Is there a guy coming in here still? Hey man, this is crazy. I don't understand how why people are so interested in just like hating on the game. It's like a lot of effort to like put that much work into like bashing on a game. Okay, so this image is not centered. The fuck? Are the torpedo launchers not centered? The distance from the edge of the engines there. So my Photoshop, whatever this rendering is not perfectly symmetrical in its distance markers. Now I'm looking for like, well, where could that be? Because it looks like an orthographic rendering. This is an orthographic rendering. So why wouldn't it, why aren't the torpedo launchers centered? Let's measure the torp launchers. See if the error is in the torp launcher. How long do I think this would take to build? I mean, having done these kinds of projects in real life, going from like a project this big could be like a 3-month project if you're coming at it fairly regularly. Okay. I don't know where the inaccuracy is here in the render, but it's not centered, so I'm going to kind of use my best judgment here. I have an idea of where to put the measurements. So let's see. Go ahead and build this out to where I think it should be. That's basically it. And then, okay, so we got a lot of internal detailing on that nose chunk. Or on the, even inside the Torp Launchers there's like a bunch of greebling. Oh, I see, and it actually goes in a bit further back too. Oh, and it's got... All right, I'm going to need to use that fleet viewer thing, I think. Star Citizen Fleet Viewer. Not the hotkeys. Okay, let's try not to... If it starts killing my computer performance, then we'll... Yeah, like it's already lagging out, man. I wonder if this works better on a different browser. Whoa. Come on. It's so laggy. Fucking hell, man. I mean, I appreciate that this exists, but it's hard to use. Frames. I know. Is it? Luckily, it's not lagging my stream. Yeah, so this is a web browser tool. Okay, it's got some cool tubing in there. Okay, so it's kind of got this. That's not too bad. Should be relatively straightforward. Okay, so if I minimize this, is my performance still going to be garbage? Does feel okay. I think we're all right. Keep it open in the background and just deal. I get the height on that. I think that 4x4 height is pretty good actually. It's just about right. Slope. Or slope. Some of these guys. Make sure that's might be coming about a plate further I like to than I should. Photoshop reference. Close. I could bring that back down a plate. That might be a little more accurate if I do it there. Try it again. Potato, potato, man. All right, let's do it this way. I'll get it a little closer. Okay. And we're going to this lag fest. It does come in a little bit there, so use a different slope. One. We'll build out a little detail for it. Goes. Whoa. Oh, so laggy. Let's see, 3 studs seems about right. Guess I could be using the top-down reference now. I think I'll have the detail I need. That's not very good actually. Oh, hey Jason. Thanks for doing a little moderating, dude. There's the scam people are coming in waves now, or it's one guy making accounts. Who knows, man? Going here. It's the same guy. Oh my god, dude. It's crazy how one person wants to ruin it for everyone. Might be exaggerating the intensity of those pipes a little too much. Let's see. What control do we have for rigid hoses in studio? It's been 11. Far back does it go? Doesn't go all the way back. That might actually be. I'll do 12. Second. There. Pig? Yeah, man. I've been doing the Lego thing with my brother for quite a while. If you check that link in the stream on stream there, that's actually the store that my brother and I built with a bunch of extremely talented Lego builders. If we can get that last slope marker correct. Right around there. So from the start, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13-ish. 13. One, two, three, four, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Hey, some dude, thanks for the 20. So you can snag some Dayquil and finish this project. Thank you, dude. Oh my god, I've had COVID for so freaking long. I was hoping I'd be negative today and just like was having like cough symptoms still. But I took a test this morning and it was like positive immediately. I'm like, oh my god. So the viral load is strong with this one. What is that Lego channel name? Brick Vault is our Lego channel. I mean, we work with some guys that make really cool stuff. The entire upstairs of my house is filled with Lego crap. Not crap, but just tons of Lego and like really intense detailed builds. Okay. This actually doesn't come down as far as I thought it did. Can do less dramatic slope change there. Okay. This, that. Sure, we'll do another one. What are you using? It's called Studio. Okay, there's a bunch of like little pipes and stuff in there. We can kind of we can approximate a little bit of that. Let's see. Plate 1x1. Try binoc. These ones are fun too, especially if I don't build IRL. But let me attach it. Now, in real life, you can technically attach this. Take that off. Greebling effect, and then it's on the bottom too, so why not? Detail you're mostly not going to see. We could do whatever we want, man. Let's bring up the with a 1x4. Nope, that didn't work. Studs are too big. Okay. Put some grills back there. Real life grills. All right. Quick and dirty. Okay. Let's see, what else is back here? Oh yeah, that's like an observation window. Yeah, it is. I remember that from checking it out in game. There's a window back there. It's kind of cool, actually. We could build that in. Oh, yeah. You can replace that pop filter. You think COVID's going to last for too long on there? and just spray some disinfectant, man. We'll be fine. Right below that. Okay. I think I when to do it. Doesn't actually have that wall. No, it's just slopes. Okay. Grab these guys. Rotate it around. Something like that. But I think I need to pop it up a little bit with it first. And how high does that go? Probably the entire length, right? Oh, God. Lag. Not really the entire length. It goes... Oh, shit. Shift. Got shift is not what I want to do. The lag. Can I turn the lighting on a lower quality level? Excuse me. I think it's time for another cough drop, guys. All right. Okay. Yeah, it goes about a stud. It's going to be about a stud. Oh. Right. So the approximation of that. And how big is that window? The window's not bad. It's sizable. So we could do plate 1x2 trans. Just transfer. Transparent. Anything else? Yeah, hide unavailable colors. Transparent. I think it's trans clear is what I want. What the hell's my trans clear, bro? Oh, it's up here. Duh, I'm dumb. I think so. If that was rendered, if this was done in real life, that effect would come across nicely, I believe. Gotta give it to the model makers, man, who worked on this thing. The big old ship. Okay, let's get a few more bars in there. Bar 4L. That's what I want. The lightsaber bar. The lightsaber blade is what these are. Luckily, they come in gray. Can't I write slope? Oh, there's a new part. These, I think these are. So. All right, we'll put a 1x1 strip. Now, I mean, for the most part, you're not going to be able to see further in there. But why don't we just clean up this, some of that. Put in a little bit of the grills. We like our grills. And a towel. Ah. Interior of the Torp Launcher designed. Yeah, the interior of this section here is quite detailed, actually. And then, yeah, once I'm done with that, then we'll do an engine. These engines, we got to get them right because there's 10 of them on the ship. So I want to spend my time and make sure they look good. Let's finish up this Torp Launcher. All right, we got some little nubs or something there. Make sure that those nubs exist. I think they do. And you know what? This here, I think we're going to actually turn the color of all of this stuff. Sorry, guys. I mean to cough on the mic there. I'm going to turn this stuff dark bluish gray. Because it is kind of a different color of the rest of the ship. I just hide the stuff under it and then I can select it all. Go. 2. Hide it all. Oh, I mean to do that. Huh. Boom. All right. Show all. Give it a star kit and paint. Bro, I want I want CIG to give me a star kit and paint if I win this contest, man. Star kit and paint for the Javelin. That would be dope. So let's figure out how we can get those dots where we want them. Brick with stud. Okay. One's there, one's okay. Bring that down. Use that piece anyway. Or nice part of working digitally, if you need to remove like a major structural support plate, you don't have to destroy your whole model to do so. And the thing is, okay, so those do look like holes. You know what I could do? For being really cool, there's a ring piece. Big ring. Now this piece technically only exists in gold. Chrome gold. It came out with Golem in the Lord of the Rings sets. But because we're doing digital, I can just keep that piece dark, light bluish gray. Now we made a cool thing. If I was doing it physically, I'd just swap that out for something else. All right, now we got some shaping over here that we got to deal with. Oh, and that thing too. Whoa. Easy does it. What the heck is this? Tubing or something? I think it's more tubes. The bottom side. All right. Avenger Titan instructions win. Look, if you guys want to crowdfund the making of a Star Citizen model, I'm game. You don't have to twist my arm to make something in Lego if it's funded. A lot of our projects for the store are sort of like gambles. It's like, you think enough people will buy this if we make instructions for it? Luckily, the gambles usually pay off, but not every product we add to the store is a financial success. So, you know, Star Citizen is a gamble because it's like, okay, well, how many people need to buy, say, Javelin instructions for... They sold the Javelin instructions for $50, which is already a tall order for some people who don't understand the financial investment of Lego. Well, what do we have to sell 100 to make it financially viable for my time? And even then, it's quite a lot of time. Because that doesn't account for... Because that would be $5,000 in sales. But the parts would cost probably $1,700. So then... And then the amount of time to design, build it, and troubleshoot it is substantial. Huge. Just something that like you have to factor in when calculating for these types of projects. People are like, just make the instructions. I'll buy them and my friends will buy them. It's like, yeah, that's not enough. Not enough to warrant the time it takes. Okay, let's do a Photoshop. Well, here. So that starts to get... kind of starts to pinch a little bit. Let's see, to do that pinching, this. Different. Not quite. Is it a... Yeah, it's a smooth drop off. That's the problem. Or how to get it to be where the distance that I want it at. Or the headlights with a different slope. I mean, some dude, the instructions can be built in this software. There's no way to auto-generate instructions that are going to be even moderately worth following. Like, I don't think you quite understand the amount of thought that has to go into designing efficient instructions. It's pretty extensive. If we're just stacking Lego, that's one thing. Yeah, that actually pretty good. Copy and mirror. Oh, do what I want. There we go. Creating that shape that I'm after. Now, I don't have to worry about how I can clean up the inside a little bit later. Most of that's going to be barely visible once all the arm stuff is in place. Probably have to figure out this stupid torpedo launcher now, huh? In fact, I might actually move these further in because I think I'm going to need that space to connect Torp Launcher itself. Okay. Okay, let's look at our wheels. I don't like this part because I have to find a wheel that's the right diameter, and it's really hard to do that in Studio. Doesn't really have the look also that I want. Too small, that's a problem. That. What else we got? I'm just typing round 3x3. Comes out with that tile. How much else? But these. Is this 3x3? And we found out that the 3x3 was too big anyway. Let me grab one of those Technic bricks. Oh, right. It doesn't fit there. What am I doing? I can't move those things back. I'm dumb. Hmm. I need to get these ones a little closer. Oh. I could do a bracket for it. Yeah, the 2x2 round tile is the easiest solution. I mean, it's not like a particularly. I was gonna try and find something a little cleaner. And I screwed up my connection point with the headlight technique here. So I'm like, oh wait. I think I actually might be able to get it. No, maybe not. Go bracket real quick. Bracket, but is Dial around with the hole. It's too small, but it does kind of do what we need it to. All right, we can do that for now. Try and finish up the rest of this shape here. Really wanted to beat myself up. I could spend forever trying to figure out how to get the exact right wheel something combo in there to get that Torp Launcher size just right, but fortunately circular stuff in Lego is always one of the biggest problems because they have 2x2 and 4x4, almost nothing in between. And when doing accurate model work, you need a lot of stuff in between those two measurements. Area here's tricky. You know, it actually cool. All right, this is going to be interesting. You got to make basically like little pincers. Could do it with another bracket, actually. Get our other brackets. Actually, hang on. Plate, stud. That's a pretty useful piece, actually. Push it back a bit if I need to. I need to hide some stuff so I can work in here a little bit easier. I'm going to hide some of this too. These will fit on there. Yeah, it kind of does what I want it to. Well, I can technically make this work if I can't connect the other side using the same technique. That is the problem. Have to. Oh. You know, there's a way to do it. There's a solution. Don't know it yet. Oh, wait. Hang on. Is this easier than I thought, or is it harder than I Yeah, if we just connect them a little bit further back, then we don't ruin the front look. See, does this part even come in dark bluish gray? It does. Cool. More of those headlight pieces, though. Right. I mean, the internal structure of this is a nightmare. I haven't cleaned it up at all, but that's okay. Again, this is being built fast and dirty. And if I ever want to go physical with it later, Well, figure that out when we get there. Well, I guess we'll build this further back then, just to make sure it's clean. Cleanish. Okay, starting to see the trickery here. Okay, so technically, if we wanted this to work physically, I'd have probably, which I think works. In fact, if we keep it light bluish gray, it might not take away from the visuals as much. Do a bunch. Should be far enough back where you're never going to see beyond. That's more or less the shape of that torpedo launcher. Am I going to build half then mirror it? Oh, I'm going to be smarter about it than that. I'm going to build a quarter and then mirror it and then mirror it again. So despite, I mean, like, think about it. The ship is symmetrical top to bottom and left to right. So if I build the top left quarter, mirror it to the bottom, there's subtle differences, but they're not too hard to just go in and change. And then once I have the bottom kind of the way I like it, then we just mirror it left to right. And the only main differences between left and right are going to be the hangar and the bridge connection points. And then that'll be that. So we're not actually as far away from like a semi-complete looking product as you might think. Oops. Light bluish gray. Actually, I'll leave those black for now just so I remember where the connectors are. Okay, let's look at the this and see if we're. Oh, I might have did. Ah, man, there's so much detail in here that I'm like, nobody's ever gonna see it. I mean, it's cool. They built it. All right, let's work on this little chunk right there. I think that's the same on the other side. Yeah, it is. All right, well, we do have to kind of mirror out the other side a little bit here just to get the look of this area correct. Mirror. Whoops. This hinge is getting in the way, man. Okay. What did that thing look like again? I don't even know what that is. Just like a hole? I don't think it's a window in universe. Easiest way to get that on there. And centered. Okay, I think these Technic holes actually do line. Does that come forward a bit? It does come forward a bit. Actually, this brick again. Quickly connect. It's 2 plate. So in theory, believe these, whoops, connect things correctly. But that'll be a 1x4 distance between them. Or a 4. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Okay. So now I just need to, because that's coming down at an angle, makes it a little tricky. We can do railings there if we need to. And I'm not quite sure how to recreate that window effect though. Railings just to try and cover up the gap a little bit. What's that look like? It's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be tricky. I mean, I guess we can just put, I don't need railings. We can just do a 1x4 plate. Want to do it in a little bit. Then we could use a jumper to get it, to nudge it up a little bit higher. That might be the way to go. I don't know where my jumpers are. Jumper. Go. And then what? How do we create that little hole thing? One half round tile in the black crayons. I get what you're saying. Yeah. It's not bad, but it doesn't give me the concave look. Is concave important at this point? I don't know. Oh, cool. Look at the, I didn't even realize that, I forgot that they have like these as jumper options now. I don't think I can actually get it there. I mean, sure, for time being, we could just do this and then do the tile technique. It's not concave. Is that going to bother me? It's probably going to bother me a little. I actually don't remember what that looks like in game too. I have footage of it in Premiere somewhere. I was exploring that part of the ship. I mean, it's such a like hidden away detail that it's not overly important. That's coming out a little too far though. That's what I don't like. I believe that's hidden under there pretty well. Yeah, we came out too far, man. Hmm. I don't know if the bracket will line up with that. I don't think it does. Let's give it a try. Yeah, the bracket does not line up. Not even, yeah, it's off center. It's not even with a jumper would that line up. Dang it, Star Citizen. Oh, look at that. That doesn't actually line up there either. Oh. Leave it in and not. Can't you just 3D print custom for detail work? That's Lego blasphemy, sir. Hmm. Yeah. Why don't we go back and file 4. You know what? There actually is a brick. Hang on. Brick 1x4 mod. It's like a disc launcher piece. Thinking about. Type in disc. If that. Shooter. Yeah, that's the piece. Kind of looks what I'm thinking about. What color? Yeah, it does come in light bluish gray. Getting in the weeds here, guys. That's what happens with detail work. You're like, keep trying to find a solution. Let me put this. But it's technically intersecting. Oh yeah, it's not centered either. Dang it. See, I know in real life I could actually kind of like force that in there. It would have a tension connection. So let's go jumper. The program lets me do it, then I'm going to do it. A little bit of a cheat, but this technically work. There we go. Oh. No, it disappears. Yeah, let's see. Can we rotate this? Okay. It's always annoying when this program is like, hey, you can't move this because it's going to intersect. And you're like, yeah, I know. Just let me move it anyway. Fake it a little bit, but only because I know I could wedge this thing in here IRL if I wanted. By fake it, I mean attempt to fake it. Yeah? All right. Close enough for government work. Actually not close at all. But it's intersecting way too hard. You're gonna let me. I think there's a way in settings somewhere to actually turn off some of that snapping. All right. Okay. Based level cap Lego stream. Well, I don't know. I don't know. You're asking me very specific Lego questions that is hard to answer without visualizing them. Okay. Should we finish up that last chunk? Whatever the heck this is in here. Big old chonky thing that's coming out. Ugh. Gross. I have to fit that thing in to the... Okay, it's on both sides, so we got to figure out how that can integrate to the design. Oh yeah, and then we also have to add in these weird, like, fins or whatever they are that come out. Yeah, those pinchers actually don't go very far at all, do they? No. Cut them off here. And that chunk, whatever, like a big block that intersects with it, man. Okay. Let's block it out. Brick. 1x. 1x2. Kind. There we go. Is this even lined up correctly? Yeah, it should be actually. Okay, so we'll do plate 1x2. Up first, yeah, it goes up by about a plate. Okay. Doesn't go all the way over. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Okay. And then it just like basically goes into the wall there. You know, actually, I probably want to just keep these pinchers on here for now. They'll kind of clean up some of the open space visuals, I think. Quick, just so I can see what I'm doing. Second that. Rid of those again. Okay. Now there's like a weird stair piece that goes in there. I don't think... Can't fit another one right there. Well, with the way the support structure is built anyway. Does it look like? Ooh. Oh, chonky. I mean, actually, that slope doesn't go as high as anyway. So maybe it's one of these shorter slopes instead. And for that, we'll go ahead and put a 4x4 plate in. Whoops, not clear. Gray. How far back does that go? It goes pretty far back. I'm gonna figure out the right piece for this. I might be able to use some sort of sword or helicopter blade to get that shape just right. Eight, 4x8. Get in there. Corner. Hmm. This is weird. Okay. Grab some of these. Yeah. 3 plates. Correctly. Okay. It's a very subtle ladder system that they have in there. Oh, snap to grid right on top of the toolbar. You're right. Thank you, buddy. I forgot about that. Again, it's been like, I think it's been over 6 months since I really used this software. Sometimes I forget. Okay, so for that ladder, I could do a headlight brick. Where are my headlights? Oh, I think I removed those. Come on, headlight. I don't know if it's going to fit the ladder piece that I want. Big plate here kind of gets in the way. The headlight's not the correct choice anyway. Okay, this will work. I just need to get rid of the my 4x8 plate. Move it back one. And okay, we'll do it. We'll do it. 1x8. Two x8. Okay. Then do the modified plate 1x4. Oh wait. To get a tile in. Well, whatever. Let's just see what it looks like. Spending all this time on details that are going to be barely visible. There we go. There's our ladder thing. And what's nice about the way it connects here, you can actually slide it along this stud because it doesn't have any stud blocker point. So you can actually put that ladder all the way up if you want. Excuse me. And then we can use one of these pieces that has studs on one half. There we go. Put it right there. Down. There we go. Ladder. Yay. So much work for all this hidden junk, man. But the devil is in the details, right? When people start looking inside and they're like, did you get all the details in there? And that's when it pays off. Bradley, what do I get when I win? Well, the winner of the contest gets an LTI Scorpius, which I think is pretty lame considering the amount of work that you need to put in to win something like this. I think they should be giving out custom skins that you can only get from winning like contests and stuff. Like give the Scorpius as well, but give me like a cool custom Scorpius skin that like nobody else can get. That'd be sweet. That'd be sweet. And they'd be like, "Oh, are you the guy that won the Lego contest? Because I recognize your custom Scorpius skin." And you'd be like, "Yeah." Isn't that way cooler now? It is. Okay, we gotta. I think I just have to replicate that onto the bottom now. To be honest, I'm not excited about. Oh, and I need to create that little chunk, and then we gotta create these little fin thingies. Let me make sure this looks appropriate. Yeah, there's a big gap there in Photoshop. It just when you see it from that perspective. I think that's not rendering. All right, how did we connect it again? I forgot. Let's go ahead and some of this stuff so I can. Okay. You can see. Okay, yeah, we connected it to the headlight junk there, so let's do those. I think we can more or less just copy this. Mirror. Some of this bottom work too. Just the next. All right. This guy. Oh, I deleted enough on the bottom there. Or maybe I did. Hang on. Pieces are still getting in the way. There we go. Okay. Show all. All right. Now we got ladders on top and bottom. Big old chonky thing sticking out. I think I have to fill that in a little there because that you can see back there. So, okay. From this perspective, it just looks like that chunk on top goes all the way back. So let's just build it out. That's not too hard. Should have done it before I copied everything over, but you know what? Whoa. What? I think I'm actually going to build two. 1x4. Let's do 1x plate, 1x6. Dark gray. And then before I move that back, go ahead and hide this stuff. I also really don't like the grouping system in Studio. I would use groups way more often, but they're such a pain to work with. You know, for the sake of making this easier, why don't we just use a 1 by, say easier, as it doesn't work at all. Oh yeah, I have to flip it around. Duh. There we go. Okay. There we go. Should more or less cover that interior chunk. Get a 1x1 plates. There's one, I found it. Then we can build this backwards. Okay. Okay. It's filled in there, and then we just do the same thing here real quick. Maybe. Looking through bushes at my model, man. Done. All right. No more. Well, there's a giant gap right there, actually. Let's go ahead. I'll do a save, and we'll do another save as. Let's make another copy. Don't lose all this. All right. I need to build that up there. We gotta fill in the gaps. If we're gonna do it, we gotta do it right. Okay, so instead of 1x6, we could do 1x8 here. Chase, kind of, yeah, I will be able to kind of copy and paste the other half. More, I mean, it's not quite as easy as just copy and paste, but, yeah, I'm not going to have to rebuild every half of this ship. I can do a mirror copy over. Well, you know, I might actually be able to get away with a 1x10. Oh, baby. Well, let me put it in there, but I don't. Is it intersecting with the bottom? Looks like the bottom. All right, 1x10 ain't gonna cut it. 1x8 does work though. Good. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Now we just got to figure out how high up we can go to fill in those gaps. I don't mind the Technic holes. I think those will actually put a detail to it. Oh, well, that actually doesn't fit. The other one doesn't fit either. Okay. All right, how far do we want to push it, and do we want to push down from a different part of the build? Also, what is this intersecting with? Oh, it's intersecting with that. Okay. You can just delete that. So do we build up or do we build down? I think we build up. Let's see this real quick. That's definitely intersecting, definitely intersecting. A couple 1x1 plate options I have here that maybe give me a few more. Close. That'll be enough for just like, I don't know, make me feel like it's filled in. It means if there's any sag that'll prop it up a little bit. I'm fine with that. I think that looks. Sure. I think that's good enough, man. The only way you're going to see back in there is if you do this. And at that point, if it is even a real world model, there'll be enough shadow in there and dark that you're not really going to see it. So it'll be fine. Okay. I'm almost ready to call it a wrap on the front nose there. Get some blue support parts back gray. Some of the hinge pieces to gray. Now, it would be fun to mirror it over now just to see what it looks like, but in the interest of making good pace in general, I think I'll just save the major mirror operations for when I'm ready to mirror the whole thing over. I think we'll save the most time there. So the next step I wanted to do was build out one of these engines here. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and get a snack. And then I will be back. And we can build out one of these engines, figure out how to attach it to the model. Yeah, I'm probably going to save this stupid chunk here for like the very last thing on the ship. Pain. Okay. All right. Be right back, guys. Right. Coming back. You know, I realized I forgot to put on those little fin blade things towards the torpedo launcher. Let's do that real quick, and then we'll do engine. Yeah, that's correct, Will. There's a few pieces that I've chosen to use that don't exist in the colors that I want to use them for. But ultimately, if I had to make the build work in real life, it wouldn't be too hard to swap out those pieces. Like these little pieces. These are actually golden rings. All right, let's get those little weird fin blade thingies. These things. What's annoying is these are really thicker than tiles are in the builder. So let's see if we can find like a blade that might accomplish a similar task. Those are way too thick. This is definitely an area of Lego's part catalog that I am less familiar with. I do know this one. This one's kind of cool, but I still think it's too big. What is this? Well, why don't we actually just start laying them out? Lol, look at that blade. The clouds blade. Propellers. Got this big old honker. We got handheld blades, but I don't think any of the swords are big enough to do what we need to. Lol. Look at that thing. What is this? Hero Factory. That's some old parts, man. What is this? Oh, that's like a Technic-Fig lightsaber blade. What is? Oh, Banu Merchantman, who's on the latest Inside Star Citizen. Should we watch it? Inside Star Citizen. Let's check it out. Just give me the one from the channel today. Let me know if the volume's okay on stream.
I think my favorite alien species in Star Citizen, if I had to pick one, if I had to, I love them all. Yeah, I have a deep fondness for the Banu.
Like the visual architecture.
They just seem like kind of cool critical thinkers.
The Xi'an I'm closest to mentally, meaning I know more about them than all of the others.
They're like the chill, relaxed ones.
Even though they're so friendly, they look like they can pack a punch, you know?
So far, the ones that have piqued my interest is the round one.
They're the predators of the space in our universe.
And they look really kind of fierce and ferocious.
You know, when you encounter them, you know you're in a lot of trouble.
My favorite alien race, probably the Vandal. There's no alien ship better than the Talon.
Isn't the Talon Tavaran?
It is Tavaran, yeah, but the Tavarans themselves I'm not keen on. That ship. But yeah, the Vandal, they just tick all the right boxes for me.
Alien Week is here, and with it, our annual celebration of Xi'an, Banu, Tavaran, and even the dreaded Vandal. And if you haven't already, check out the various contests and activities happening across social on the robertspaceindustries.com website. But for us here at ISC, we thought we'd take this week to dedicate entirely to exploring the current status of the highly anticipated Banu Merchantman. Now, warning, much of it is still in gray box or early white box phase. Still, there's a lot to explore of its mysterious interior. Let's find out more.
I think when
Banu
tackling a ship
Merchantman.
that's got so many unknowns about it, it's a completely new art style, or it's not something that a lot of the team kind of worked on before, we kind of need to make sure that we're approaching it in the most sensible way we can.
Damn, that thing is big.
All right, so some old thunder. We are jumping in with our devs. We have got vehicle art director, Mr. Ben Curtis.
Hello. Hello.
And senior vehicle designer, Mark Gibson.
Hello.
And we are going to be showing the very real, very current progress of the Banu Merchantman. Before we get into it, let's talk a little bit about where we are in that process. Ben, we know the Banu Merchantman has been in development for a while, then it's not in development. Set this up for us. Where are we at overall in its development?
The exterior is going through its grey box pass. So it's looking a little bit more advanced than the interior of the ship that we'll see in a bit. We've basically got 2 artists on it, and we kind of chop the ship up into different parts that they can work on. And we're just going through and making sure that everything that needs to fit in the ship is going to fit in the ship.
And it's worth noting that this is a landmark ship for Star Citizen. This is one of the biggest ships of its kind. It's got entirely new purposes with the shops and everything inside. It's pushing an alien race into a new size and scale that we've never done with any of the other ships outside of Squadron 42. There is a lot to this ship. So with that, let's jump on in and start with the exterior.
So we've got the entire front with its hidden weapons that come out from there for the pilot control. It's dual docking collars, one on either side. It's wings with the new animation designs for them for how they're actually going to deploy. As you can see, there's a lot of detailing on the wings section, a very elaborate and almost elegant design on it, because at the end of the day, this is something they use as a trademark to show how wealthy they are and well they're doing as a trader.
That's a lot of detail, even for gray box phase.
Yeah, it's a new art style. We've done the Defender, obviously, but for the UK team, it's a kind of new art style, and also the Defender is vastly smaller in terms of its size. There's our normal kind of approach to how we kind of layer in the details has needed a bit of kind of alteration, and we've had to kind of think about how we're going to bring in some of those smaller scale elements to give a better sense of size and scale, because when you zoom out from this ship, you still want it to feel huge, and it deserves to feel huge. It is absolutely monstrous. So I think we've had to spend a bit more time working out how we're going to add detail to it. There's still a lot to be done. There's still a lot of the finer details to be added, because that does impact in how we model the ship, how we make the ship. So yeah, it's been a fun challenge for the artist so far.
I understand there was a recent change to the animations.
Yep, I'll have to go get in.
Gonna be annoying to land. Yeah, for sure.
Oh.
They were very quick.
Ooh.
Oh, the animation is nowhere near final. It was just to make sure we got it in.
I think it's a fair disclaimer for this. Absolutely no part of what you're seeing today.
Yep,
it's fine.
I was saying, I remember seeing the play blast in Max, and they were a little bit felt a bit weightier and a bit sleeker than that. But yeah, there is some kind of subtle movement where panels open up and they allow for the kind of like the rest of the wings to slide in. And as with everything we do, we make sure that there's not space magic going on. Things actually kind of fit and function as they should. So yeah, it gives a few more challenges, but I think the end result is a much nicer kind of silhouette when you see this thing parked.
I love that.
Let's move inside. Let's start with the bridge since we're already there.
Okay, so the interior of the ship, like I say, is the main. Like you're going to see now, is mainly in kind of white box. The concept mesh gave us like a really good starting point. As always with concept meshes, we had to do a fair amount of kind of optimizations and remodeling to kind of get it to the point where we can get it into engine and kind of start walking around it. The bridge is trying not to say the same thing for every area. It's massive, and you can just any area of the ship you go into, just know that in the back of my head I'm thinking it's huge. We've obviously got the kind of like the 4 control seats. Mark, do you want to talk through the different functionality stations? Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you're gonna have to
as
land it
ever,
from, like,
the Banu don't
third person.
have captains. They're a very family communal sort of unit, so it didn't make sense to have a primary captain station for the bridge section. In reality, everything would be relatively even. So we have the pilot seat and control, which obviously with a ship of this scale, it's very difficult to get a good view from the pilot seat, to get a good view of what's actually happening. So a lot of the animations need to be very alien so that you could get the pilot into a good position so they'd be able to see what they're doing. So we use a lot of Zion tech, which lift things up through gravity, so they get this fantastic view out the front, so you can see where you're actually going. So you've got your primary pilot seat.
Still looks
Then
pretty
to the right of
limited.
them you have your co-pilot seat. Then 2 stations behind are for the large remote turrets that the ship has for defense. So if you ever need it, people can quickly jump into these seats and get into the action to try and defend you from whatever's happening if it's coming up behind or the sides. Obviously, if it's coming on front, the pilot has more than enough means to be able to deal with it themselves.
And if your instinct was to stop the YouTube video and go immediately to comments and say, it's pronounced Shion, Mark, get a better hobby.
I'll say you'd be correct.
Directly behind the bridge where the actual operations occur, you have some basic features for if stuff goes wrong. So you have some suit lockers to put emergency suits in, because obviously they're not going to want to go around in their day-to-day lives wearing their spacesuit all the time. But if something goes wrong, they do want them to hand. So next to the actual escape pods, you have your suit lockers to quickly get suited and booted, and then be able to get into your escape pod and get out of there if you need to. So they have one on either side, one for each of the actual crew that would be on the bridge, as well as a couple of extra, because leading a little further down, we actually have the more habitation side of the ship, but we'll get to that when we get there. Directly behind, we also have the entryway to get inside the main man turret.
This is kind of one of the rooms that we spent a bit of time kind of playing with in white box and making sure we got it right. We really wanted this to kind of feel, like quite a moment walking into it. Go on, Jared.
No.
Okay.
Even in gray box, this is quite a moment here.
What the heck
Yeah,
is this
there was
room?
some really nice bits in the kind of concept where you had these kind of like these like lit walls, and we tried to kind of pull some of that into, and I think it's almost having that kind of moment of like solitude before you kind of get yoinked up into battle.
This is such a waste of space, but it's also so cool.
Lonely area of the ship. Everywhere else on the ship kind of feels like it's built for like Mark was saying, like the family. Whereas this is kind of very purposeful. You know what you're getting into as soon as you walk in that room.
And obviously the exterior shell there, when all said and done, would open up and reveal you to the outside.
Yeah, absolutely.
So an interesting thing about the
much
turret,
space
because
for the
it's probably
turret.
something people are going to be curious about, is how it actually works, because there's no big arm there behind it or anything like that. Once again, it's using alien technology that's keeping it up in place, which is what the plinth is for behind it. And there's an air shield that will be going around the top of here so that when you actually enter the turret, you're not venting the entirety of the room. Obviously, that does mean that people could try and sneak onto your ship, but while your turret's manned, that might not be the safest thing for them to do.
I love that Shion Fight of the Navigator tech.
Moving down from the actual bridge area, we then move into the sanctuary.
Enormous waste of space.
The Banu are known for being very multicultural when it comes to their religious beliefs. So they have a entire area dedicated to worship, to fortune, to hoping that things are going to go well for them, or that the next trade deal is going to be a good one. So this is sort of at the end of the tree of life, which is how the entire ship's built around. And it makes sense for it to be at the end of the tree because it's where everything comes out from. So it was important to keep that feel that it runs through the root of the ship. Going off the side of the sanctuary area, we have the med bay, something that people are very curious about where it actually was. It's just off to the side, just behind the bridge, just near where all of the actual habitation is. You have a primary medical care bed, which will do your day-to-day actual healing, and then you have recovery beds similar to the ones we have on the Carrack. Now, rather than just being a bed, decided to try something a little different. It's now these pools of healing gel that you lie in just to recover from any significant operation that you had.
Yeah, I think this was again an excuse to kind of just push the ship away from what we're used to seeing.
At 9, I
so
agree.
Originally, we had like the
The
three
Banu
beds lined up in
Merchantman
here,
isn't going to be a
and,
ship that I
you know, it was functional.
probably
It was
use
you know,
very much,
It still looks
but
good.
I'm glad that it's in the
It'd be really
universe.
nice if these, you know, if you had your operation and then you just sink down into that recovery pool, and yeah,
I am drippings with goo.
yeah, exactly.
Secretly tucked behind the actual medical section is where the actual medical officer would work. So it's his main station, as well as storage supplies for whatever medical supplies that he needs. Obviously, at the moment, it's just the
Paladin,
back
you
of the
got
bed,
one,
but
man?
it's where you'd do refills on the bed or anything else that you'd need to do. Obviously, the doors across the entire ship are very alien
1,000
in
plus
appearance.
SE, that's not bad.
So though they make sense, but at the same time, like it was very important, like going across this, to make everything make sense to the human eye, but at the same time be so different. So you immediately recognize it as a door, but once it starts actually animating and doing something, it feels completely alien. And even doing the general design of the ship, it was important to keep that consistent, something that is easily recognizable, but also completely different to what people
How
expect.
much will it cost in game? We
Moving
don't
on
know.
from the shrine area,
I imagine
we
a lot.
move into the recreation and social habitation area. So you've got your food maker, along with areas to actually eat, as well as the actual social area. So people can sit around, talk, plan stuff out.
Kind of cool.
And I think one of the things that we try to tackle here is obviously we have very strict metrics for our human characters, and the Banu as a race are generally a bit taller, a bit larger. So there's that kind of balance between making things work for both scales of character, and making sure that we don't end up with let's say like the child in the seat. I remember we brought it up in one of the update meetings, and the consensus was, well, this is a Banu ship, and whilst they support all the other races that we have in our universe, ultimately it's their ship, and so things should be made to their scale.
Directly off the habitation area, we have a secondary control for the hangar section. So if someone needs to actually be allowed to enter into the hangar, you have a separate control room to allow you to open up the hangar doors to permit the additional ship to come in.
Oh man,
Once
that's
again,
cool.
Standard doors, but the whole animation, all of it's very alien.
And obviously, when we get to kind of final art, we'll dress this up so
This is going to be really cool.
There does look to be some functionality there, because we don't want it all to be space magic. It still needs to feel like there is kind of mechanisms there that are supporting these things lifting and being able to kind of hover and float.
Coming off the habitation area, we have 2 staff lifts. So these ones would be specifically for the staff to allow them to move around the ship a lot easier. We'll come back to them later because there's a better point to show them, but they just give you more access. Just because of the size of the ship, we needed to have multiple ways to get up and down. Otherwise, if you want to get from one part to another, you'd have to run the entire length of the ship, go down the floor to run the entire length again. So we added multiple ways to move up and down between the ship. So at the rear here, we have the we have the crew-specific lift. This has access to all of the floors, unlike the customer lift.
Dang, that's a lot of floors, man.
This is the passenger entrance area. So the lift will go to this floor for all of the passengers, which then gives them a little foyer area before they enter whatever floor they're on.
Those
we
doors
have
are
the
cool.
meeting area. So this is the conference room where important delegates would come to discuss significant trade negotiations, rather than I'm going buying a power plant, I'm going to buy fuel. This is where serious conversations and serious negotiations go on.
Yeah, this has got like a really nice view out over the like the cargo hold as well, doesn't it?
Yep.
Can you imagine a boarding mission
Inside
on
of the actual
on this
meeting
ship?
and delegation room,
amazing.
we have the VIP suites. So obviously your VIP delegates are going to want something a bit nicer, a bit more special when it comes to where they're resting. So they have their own private chambers so that they can rest and relax and freshen up before they actually go do any significant meetings.
And again, this sort of room highlights a lot of the I guess the shape language and the difficulties on the ship. Is that everything's curved, everything flows, and there is that kind of like real kind of like leading shapes that kind of like lead you through the ship, as opposed to what we're so used to on a lot of our human manufactured ships, whereas everything's hard and angled and flat.
It is
really
beautiful.
the only thing in this ship
Speaking
that's
as someone
flat
who's
is
done
the floor.
3D modeling,
So the
this would be
negotiation
so
table
hard to
has
make,
one
man.
seat at the top
Oh my
for
God.
the actual mediator, which obviously would be a member of the crew, and then even number seats on either side for the delegates to have their discussions. From the actual meeting room, you get a fantastic view of the cargo hold, where all of your goods would actually be stored. As you can see, the amount of cargo that the ship holds is
Oh my
colossal.
God.
And just the sheer volume of it gives you this cavernous, cathedral-like
That's
view
so
of
cool looking.
being stuck in the rafters of a warehouse worth of stock.
Yeah, it gives you a real sense of how tall the ship actually is. When we get to the market, you kind of get a glimpse at that, but it's not until you get into somewhere like this that spans the whole, or not even the whole height. You've got the hangar above the height of this. How big the ship actually is.
Wait, there's another.
Well, we're not going to be able to
Oh
go
my
through
God.
every single room and nook and cranny today. This is too big a ship. So let's go to the market now and take a look at that.
They can't even cover a single ship.
So I
in the-
think
in the
this
video.
is
it's crazy.
what a lot of the kind of customers are going to see when they first walk into the ship. Is this sort of like reveal of the market area. And what we tried to do in this area is kind of everywhere you walk into it, you're kind of walking through a small tunnel or quite a tight space, so that when you kind of do walk into it, it does then open up and you can see that sort of like that grandeur and that height of the ship. And this is only 2 out of, I think it's 5 or 6 floors at this point of the
ship
part
is
of
called
ship
the
you're in.
Banu Merchantman.
But I think it's just a nice kind of like reveal of the overall kind of again, just repeating that size and that verticality that we see in the other areas of the ship.
Dang, this is cool.
I think we've already shown a lot of the
This
concept
is like
art
a
of this area
flying
already.
city, man.
But the idea here is that
Size
you've
of an
got this
outpost in any
hollow
other
in the
game.
middle that will kind of will allow the traders to kind of show off some of their items that might not fit in the shops or might be too valuable to place in the shops. So yeah, it's a very exciting area of the ship, this part. Okay, and the last area we want to show you today is kind of the area that we spent a little bit more time on. It's a little bit further along. We tried to take some areas and push their visuals, so we've got a good understanding of how much work's involved and what the kind of like the final ship is actually going to look like, because it is such a large ship and there's going to be a lot of people
The hell is this
ultimately
room?
working on it. I think it's good
The
to
drum
have that
circle
kind of
room.
key area that you can kind of refer to as this is what the merchantman's all about. And whilst each area of the ship will have its own feel, will have its own kind of style and in its own forms, I think this is a good indication of the kind of elegance. And if you imagine this is the crew area and the guest area is going to be a level above this, I think it gives you a good idea of what we're aiming for.
The other thing is with the Banu, they're very communal in how they actually live their lives. So it didn't make sense to have separate quarters or separate captain's quarters, because that's just not how they live. And getting the social pit for them to be able to sit around and talk and relax and socialize, it was an important thing to make sure that we got in. The space needed to feel fine and elegant, but also homely.
And that's pretty much where we're up to with the Banu Merchantman at the moment. This is kind of as hot off the press as it comes. There's a lot of areas of the ship we've not shown yet. We're really happy with the progress we've made so far, but at the moment we are kind of at that point where we've got a skeleton crew just kind of working out everything that we need to get done to deliver the ship. When time permits, we'll be able to ramp it up and bring on more of the team to kind of get through the amount of work that's
poor
that's
skeleton
involved.
crew, man. Poor skeleton crew.
Super excited with where it's up to. I think it's going to be one of those that kind of stand out, one of those hallmark ships that kind of defines what Star Citizen is. It shows that there's more to our universe than single-seater fighters and the likes.
So what did we learn
cool,
this
man.
week? Well, she may not look like much just yet. Still has a long journey ahead of her. But if the Banu Defender before her is any indication, and given its sheer size and scale, the Banu Merchantman seems like it's going to shape up to be a landmark ship for Star Citizen when all is said and done. And as part of Alien Week, there are also these rad new paints available for select ships that you can see here. So check those out if, looking sweet as all heck is something you're interested in. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. We're still here on the 8th floor of the Manchester Goods Yard building,
Nice
the
if they
2nd
talked
floor
more
of the
about that
upcoming
Xi'an
new
cargo
UK
ship.
office.
We probably haven't done any
this
work on it,
is
though.
where I'm told CR's office is going to be when he visits. Also, this weekend was the first International Bar Citizen Weekend. So here's some imagery from the gatherings near studios around the world. And don't forget to let us know on social where your events are being held at, as we're going to be sending folks to select locations throughout the remainder of this year. We'll see you all next week.
Cool, man. Well, well, that was exciting, man. Thanks for the heads up that that launched. I was kind of waiting to see what happened there. The Banu Merchantman looks impressive as all heck. I mean, the 890 jump's a very impressive ship, but the Banu Merchantman looks like it's just taking it to a whole nother level. Functionality-wise, I have no idea what to expect from that ship, but it is cool, man. All right, let's see if we can figure out how to create some of these blades. I blade there, but let's see. Color. Thing is I don't know if there are going to be any additional parts that I haven't thought. Fan. Anything there? Let's try fin. It's a space mall for the pirate. Yeah, you know what's cool about that ship is like, I don't want to fly it, but I want to interact with it. You know, I want to like see it on a planet. I want to go inside. I want to like buy some wares. I want to rescue one that's been boarded by pirates or something. Like, it's such a cool environment. It seems like a great ship to just partake in, you know? Okay. I think we're just going to have to tile these out. I don't really see any good part options here, unfortunately. Whoop. Interesting. So there's kind of like, okay, well, I guess we could do the ones on the end first. It's got some like antenna. It's got like an antenna thing coming out of here. We can do that with all the negative stud. Now let's see if we can figure that out. Now imagine building the Banu Merchantman in Lego. No, I don't want to. Makes my brain hurt. I mean, the Javelin's got some complicated angles, but it's also fairly straightforward in many ways. Banu Merchantman is just like, it's like insanity. Pure insanity. Okay, I think I know how I want to do this. I think this part of the way there. Oh, I can't connect there. Dang it. Oh, I see, because it's centered. There. Dang it, that's too far in. Right on the edge of the Torp Launcher. What is this piece here? That. You're an annoying there. Okay. I got an idea. Slope. Curve. Look at this again. Dang it, it's coming out of the middle of that section there. It's kind of right on the edge. Dang it. have to change that bracket out for something else. Even then it's a pain. I think I'd have to like slide this whole thing back in here a bit. Hide this. Delete those, or are they just gone? Yeah, they are. Okay. Let's slide that back. Then we can use that piece. Okay. Bar. Oh, shit, I can't use it still. Wait, I think I can do it this way. Oh, wait. Yeah. Of course, I'm obstructing it with that. Yeah. That'll do it. You just lost the progress tracker. Where are we? On what? Who remembers the video with Brick Vault and Level Cap? I mean, I am Brick Vault. My brother and I started it, so I don't know what you mean. I've done a couple of videos promoting it a bit more. Look at our antenna. This one, the old classic rounded one. Common still? What is that? Chrome silver. Oh no. That one. This one might be too long. Let's see. See how long it is. Long, it's much shorter. Okay, we'll go for the short one. Okay, we got that antenna. Barely. Get that plate detail back in there. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Apologize for the COVID. Promise it's not contagious through the stream. Okay. Okay, so it comes out. Those ones are coming out. Let's do the top ones first. I keep trying to navigate this as if it's the same control. Each one of my this 3D program has different controls than Studio, so I move it like Studio and then it freaks out. Might actually be able to use swords for those weird side ones there. See if we can get away with that. How far? They do go far back though, don't they? Yeah, dang it. Swords are going to be too. All right, we'll do boring tile. Did that connect? Pretty low. Maybe even there. kind of where it is. I'm going to have to clip it onto the side though to keep it going. Might be able to do a clip here. So this is clipping's pretty reliable, but Studio I think would like me to believe that it's almost impossible. Turn off the snap. There we go. Keeps on grid small. Dang, that gets a little too close to the edge. How can we get this clip zeroed out a little bit? Well, there's a few ways. Just trying to think of the best way to do it. Vertical clip. Study. Craziest idea. So I don't mean to keep coughing in the mic. It's still very COVIDy. Pale Al, you got the vid as well, man? Must have got it from the same people. I've had it for a while now, so I'm sort of like, I'm ready to be over it. I was hoping my test would come back negative this morning, but it did not. Okay, that's pretty close to what I wanted. Get a 1x4 tile back there to finish out that line. Okay. That more or less. There. Rough, but you know what? Good enough for me. Okay. Did they have bottom one? Is that the antenna? No, that was the antenna. Already did that. So we have another one on top. Right next to that unit. This one we might be able to clip, but I actually think the clip will put it too far away from the body of the ship again. Why don't we see? Hi. Same level. Okay, we want to keep those at the same level then. So yeah, clipping is going to put it too high. All right. So we'll just stud it in again. And I'm gonna have to put funky. Okay, we can do it. I just different way. Maybe I could do it with delete that. I do some headlights. Let's try that. There. So further. Really? Is it telling me it's clipping with the binoculars now? Are you kidding me? Doing one of the things where I think IRL, those would be okay. I'm in dark bluish gray. Only light bluish gray. We'll do it dark. All right, how far back? Whoops, the calculator. How far back did that fin? All the way. Right. Thank you, Ferris. Yeah, it is going to be quite a bit of work, but I think we'll get there. If we can replicate that headlight technique. Delete the grill. No. Here we go now. I think that's a 3. Or it's a 6. 1x 6. Close enough. I think we're more or there. Yeah, the window section is a little narrow. And I have it, but I think it's okay. I brought that out by a plate. It might be too narrow. Yeah, I think it's good. And all those weird prong things going. I think we have one more on the bottom. One more prong, then we'll do the engine. The small engine, that is. The small prong. Ah, god damn it, I held shift again. Such a fool. Okay, so the ones on the bottom are oriented a little different. trying to see how far they come out compared to the other ones. Gonna actually look similar distance. Maybe a little shorter. Okay, tiny bit shorter. Okay. Can we? Oh yeah, now I gotta see where do they attach. They've got like a weird attachment. Should I hit shift again? I hit shift. Jumping between two different 3D programs that use different controls. Super annoying. Those connections are cool. I don't know if I'm going to be able to replicate that. Oh, dang. I missed the middle connection of these guys too. How did I miss that? Well, that's something I can change later. Yeah, this might be doable with clips for the most part. There's not really anything I can think of that would recreate that connection type at this scale. Do well? I can't think of anything. Probably just do a clip. Seems to be right in the middle. Okay, let's try. That might not be too bad. Come on, Lego. It'll never default to snapping into a clip because it doesn't think you want to do that. You can do it. It is now an officially supported technique by the Lego company. That's the same length, so I want to back it up. There. Come in dark bluish gray? It does. Huzzah. Okay, now we just got to connect a few more of those guys. Should be good. Wish I could just, God, traditional 3D programs have such better controls than this. Manually again. I think I'm going to go for a 1x6 right now. Go. Almost there. Okay. Little. Hey. It would be nice to be able to just slide that over as a duplicate, which is what every other 3D program I've ever used allows you to do. But no, not in Lego. Are we off? Dang it, we're off by a stud at the end there. We could shift the whole thing over by a stud. Could exaggerate the spacing only slightly. It's not really a big deal. I think that looks. Do I think the 890 would be easier to build than the Javelin? Absolutely not, man. Curvy stuff in Lego is a lot more work. Trying to get the curves to look right. Actually, this front internal section here is it's a lot of detail and greebling, which is fun to do, but very time consuming. I think that more or less, aside from that, let's just see if we can troubleshoot that middle connection thing. It's connected back there. Is that even like a... it almost doesn't look correct. Let me see. Check my Photoshop. Yeah, I guess that is there. It does have the middle connection thing. Okay. So mostly towards the back. Just like this tiny connector. And make it easier on ourselves, I'll just say it's here. And it's very thin. Pretty darn thin. Thinner than an actual brick, in my opinion, but... Question is, do we do it as a brick or do we do it as a tile connecting? Because we could just do this and then connect it with a tile. Maybe, actually. Let's just see. Would 6 be the appropriate length? The measurements, because I forgot. It's an odd number of studs, the width of this section here. So it's not going to be 2 by 2 wide in them. Although I guess if each side, here, let's see if I look at this from an exact top-down view. If I could get that there. Thing is I don't know if that actually studs in properly. Yeah, it's too deep on the clips. Wonder. That one. Now it's too far back. Oh, yeah, it's because... There we go. Well, that's not far out enough. It's a little bit of a head scratcher. Might just be easier to brick build the whole thing. Like, as nice as it would be to have it thinner, I don't know if it's worth sweating over that detail at the moment. So let's grab one of the 1x3s. And then like it's like maybe 5 studs. Oh, yeah, they do have 1x5 plates. I almost can't bring myself to use a 1x5. I don't think I can. Not comfortable enough. They're not common. Feel so alien to Lego. For years and years and years, we never had a 1x5 plate, and all of a sudden they add it. And we're like, what's happening? Lego doesn't deal in odd numbers, except for 3s. Had 3s forever, but beyond 3, they don't do odds. Okay, so those will be tied. Okay. Let's see. Is that perfectly centered? No, but another tile on the other side will make it even. So that actually will work. In fact, it would be better just to build this out. This, and then that'll be the full length of it. Ooh, is that perfect? That's actually, yeah, it is. Look at that. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. I think that lines up exactly. Okay. That weird little connector part. Okay. We're doing it right, guys. We're making the Javelin the way it's supposed to be. All right, change of scenery. Shall we build the engine? Okay. I mean, yeah, I could build that little fin piece there, but I kind of want to build the engine right now. Deal with the whole fin section later. All right, let's look at these engines. Design is actually significantly different from the original concept art. Even the concept art on the RSI website, like if you go to the Javelin ship page and info, all that concept art is so old. Doesn't even look like this anymore. It's got two engines on the front section here. Really weird. Okay. These things are kind of curvy and weird. These aren't going to be easy, to be honest. See, this is why an 890 is hard, because it's just like, here's a whole bunch of curves. Have fun trying to recreate that. But creating that spacing in there is going to be impossible at this scale, but getting the outside curvature is what I want to focus on. Damn it. I don't like all this layering here. It really doesn't translate to Lego very well. Ugh, just don't like it. I don't like it. Plus it's got to be the same as the back ones, but I also, okay, the back ones are connected on the bottom part. How's this one connect? This one's connected on the side. That's annoying. So this one's going to have a different connection point than the back engines, even though they're geometrically the same. Okay. The back engines look different? Is that what you're saying? I think they're exactly the same. They're just flipped. Right? I think they're exactly the same, but just flipped. Like the bottom ones are flipped, but the top ones look exactly. Like I measured the diameter. I measured them and they're the same size. I just didn't look at all the detail work. Okay, let's see if we can somehow replicate some of this, man. Inside grills are going to be tough. Look, that's all the space we have to create all that detail in Lego. Start building it off to the side. Okay, let's build out some parts that I think will be useful. Slope, curved. That. Maybe that. Oh, is this a new piece? I haven't seen this. That. Get all the curves out here. See what we can do with them. Oh yeah, these exist now. Bigger one. I think this is new too, man. Colors does this exist in? It must have just come out. It comes in, yeah, white and light blue. I mean, we could use it, even though it doesn't exist in like 90%. Just curious to see if it's a new piece or an old piece. Appears in 6 sets. Yeah, it's a new piece, 2021 and 2022. Okay, this engine. I don't even know where to begin, man. Let's see. Let's try and create this outside curve. So it's kind of got this multi-level curve here, which I think this piece would be good for. So let's go ahead and just turn around, see if we can recreate a similar curve style. Hey, Blind Optimist, thanks for the 5, man. Pretty consistent viewers for such a long stream, huh? This is going to become a normal thing level. Hope you can kick the Rona soon. Thank you, man. No, I'm just doing this right now for the contest. So if they do another contest next year, maybe I'll do a contest next year. But, I mean, Star Citizen said they were doing a Lego contest, and I just couldn't. It's like, I can't stop myself from that. Are you kidding me? Star Citizen doing a Lego contest. Like catnip for me, man. Brick. Studs. I might actually be able to bump that. No. Okay. Unless I did a bracket. Let's try the bracket. Those. Then we'll do the downward bracket. Unless it's symmetrical on top and bottom. Oh, dang. It is kind of. So I'll have to, if I could, well, let's see. It might not be the best idea to reverse studs yet. Let's just see what we can do. Make that gray. Get that. Get that curvature, man. And then there's another thing on top. So before we worry about the on top bit, plate 4. Okay. So if I flip that. There's the studs here. kind of the shape, right? Might actually be 5 steads across. Let's copy that. Wait, what I was trying to do? Did not copy over? Get this wrong? Oh, I did get it kind of wrong. Come on. There we go. I mean, that's kind of blocking out the shape there. Excuse me. And then we'll just have to figure out how to get the engine nozzle on there. I don't know if we'll be able to replicate much of that tapering. I'm going to have to insinuate some tapering now. Okay. I keep looking back at this thing. So, I'll kind of like it. These curves are a nightmare in Lego, dude. Okay. Figure it out. Let's just figure it out. Slope, curve. Piece that I use a lot that I didn't. It's a. Maybe that's. Wedge, curve. Oh, right here. I want that. Am I going to stream this tomorrow? I don't know, because I'm launching a video tomorrow. I don't want the stream to conflict with my video too much, but probably will be building this tomorrow, right? Lames. Llamas. I don't know how to say your name, dude. Yeah, I get what you're saying, buddy, but in Lego it's I'm not going to be able to create 2 sections of it. It's not big enough to model it that way. I just have to experiment around, go for it, and then figure out how to tweak it. The engine's probably going to be quite a bit of tweaking. Get it to look right. I did that sideways. Piece up right around where I want it to be to see if it even looks how. And then if I had these here. That even creating the shape that I need? Kind of. The only problem is it doesn't really curve down in front as much as I'm making it. Yeah, it's actually almost perfectly flat. So let's get that 2x2 tile, 2x4 tile. Tony Pat, competing in a Star Citizen contest, bro. If it doesn't interest you, you don't have to watch it, man. Yeah, this is Studio being used. I don't know what version of Studio it is. Excuse me. I think that's kind of getting closer to what I think it needs to look like. But you know what? Oh, man. This is hard. Okay. Oh, round 2x2. 2z2, 2x2. Turntable. All right. Closer, maybe. Maybe doing that can be a closer effect than the thing on the side. Well, Red Monster, I am kind of building it in a sense where if there's like a huge demand to build this in real life, it could be done. I've built plenty of things as big, if not bigger than this in real life, with more detail even. So I know how to do it. So this structure here is designed to be load bearing and support the weight of the rest of the ship. So this can all be done. It's just a matter of actually doing it. Okay, let's get that. See if we can visually accomplish what we want here. Now, question is, could I do one sideways here to aid the look, or that just there? Help. Let's see. Oh, dang it! I deleted that slope curve that I wanted. Curve. Slope. Let's do. Okay, we're getting a bit closer now, I think. I have to figure out how to attach this little piece now. That shouldn't be too hard. I'd rather be done with a bracket or with a brick. See if we can see what the bracket solution looks like. That too. That's not bad, actually. Okay. All right, we're making an engine. We're making an engine. It doesn't look like hot garbage. Really. Icy Jones, I do have a lot of experience in this. If you go to the link below my webcam there, brickvault.toys, that's actually the instruction store that my brother and I run. So we've built some of the stuff in that store, or we work with other really good builders around the world to help them produce instructions and basically sell them to Lego enthusiasts who want to build crazy stuff. Okay, let's look at this engine again. Oh god, the interior. What a nightmare. Look at this grill piece. Why you do this to me? Chris, why? Chris, why? Okay. I don't even know how I'm going to do that. Trying to think of any sort of magical piece that could like create that shape. None are coming to mind. Will I do more SD ships in the future? Depends, man. If CIG does another contest like this and maybe actually put some good prizes behind it, I might do it. This time around, the prize pool is really weak, I think, compared to how much time it's going to take to win a contest like this. That would be nice if maybe next year they upped the game. Wedge plate, maybe. Maybe we could kind of create that shape. Again, I got to angle it. So, okay. And then what? Use more of this crap? That shape is such a nightmare, dude. I'm just like, why? Why we do this? Could be clipped at an angle. That'd be hard. I don't know. Clipping solutions. Mixels would be too much of a nightmare. Hinges might work. I just gotta find the right spot to hinge them at. Plate flip. Let's see. Then what? Binoculars. There we go. Binoculars and saber. This is not going to work. But I'm going to try it. The oldest trick in the book. Not really, though. Yeah. Plus, I haven't even figured out how to do the middle section. And we could what? Rotate this down a little. Get the shape. I know that's not equal, but I mean, what? I could put binoculars on this side too and make them gray. Trans gray. There we go. Yeah, that doesn't really create the shape though. Yeah. Don't be afraid of the grill. Why would I be afraid of the grill? Grill pieces on an angle is probably the closest you'll get. Could separate this out more. Oh. Maybe easier. So freaking hard. Okay. Need space. All right, how do we connect these? In a clean way. You watched Brick Vault and Level Cap for the same time for years and without realizing that I was one of the same guys on it. Funny. Yeah, I tried to make this, I wanted the channel to stand on its own, you know, without too much promotion from me. Like I used some promotion to get it started, but really not that much. Plus there isn't as much crossover between Lego and gaming, so it didn't work that much for, yeah, using my gaming channel to promote. Let's see. Oh yeah, there's this. Forgot about that piece. That's still too wide though, I think. Too wide. Plastic hinges. What am I looking for? I was looking for a, here we go. If we get two of those, connect them, this dumb thing. Okay, wait. Need a 2x2 tile. Tile. Okay, now I need a 2x3 tile. We have one of those, but tape it in. Okay, that's kind of replicating the shape of the front of the engine, which is really one of the more important ones to do. Yeah, I'm trying to schedule a podcast with the Astropub, but I'm coughing too much. And podcast, I have to talk like 10 times as much as I am right now. Freaking COVID, man. It's really getting in the way. Okay. semi-solution, right? Maybe. See if we can actually see. Now the problem is it's definitely going to intersect with the stuff on there. But let's see. We might be able to do a 1x4 tile. Let's try. And a 1x1 tile maybe. Where's my 1x1? Whoa. Okay. Okay, now we're talking. Let's see. Wait. Oh no, is that wider? It is wider. Wider, son of a bitch. What would I have to do to get that to fit? I still have to slide that back 3 studs. Okay, so first stage is don't make this longer than it needs to be. Okay. We can do this. Give me my 2x2, man. There's the 2x2. Okay. So this could become a 2x2. What's the Okay, let's try this again. See how far we get. Now, technically, those tiles are intersecting the build. Technically. Oh no. Look, that thing's intersecting there too. Hang on. That doesn't have to be full L though. We can just use one of these. Got it. Close, man. Hang on though. It's not supposed to go that far in. It's supposed to come out a little bit, right? Oh no, it does go in pretty far. Yeah. Okay. Although I think it comes out a little bit further. Okay, let's reconnect those. Push it back in, but not as far this time, and then I'll modify as. So yeah, I think it's more like that. Is that right? Yeah, not really. It comes out slightly past the nose, but most of it's still underneath. Yeah, it's more like this. Great. It's like half a stood out. That makes it even more complicated. Okay. I could technically get rid of the bracket that it's clipping with here and kind of save it with a different approach, but I don't want to have to do that unless I have to, you know? That is pretty close, right? And then how's the bottom look? Okay, the bottom's kind of just all shifted back. So everything on the bottom is just shifted backward. CIG did not they don't want me to make this engine out of Lego. Such a pain design, dude. Hey Chavez, how you doing, man? You wish Lego were more affordable. Yeah, me too, man. Problem is people buy a lot of knockoff and stolen designs and they don't realize that the cost for Lego is mostly in R&D. So, I mean, they're kind of killing the brand. They're killing the quality of the product by buying knockoff stuff. Just sort of unfortunate. How long do I think this is going to take me? Total, I'm going to say 20, 25 hours, maybe. God damn it. I don't like how this is looking right now. You know what? There are some actual engine pieces. Let me just engine stuff like this. Never seen that. Might be something that like somehow fits the bill. No. Yeah, that almost has the effect, doesn't it? The same pieces. Difference. That one only comes in a blue. That one comes in red or blue. I remember these. I think I had those sets when I was a kid. 3937. Which part is that? Yeah, I know about these, man. I was hoping like getting them at the angle isn't. I was hoping to do it with having enough space inside to do the internal grill. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm very aware of the hinge piece, man. Now, just out of curiosity, if I flip this one. Over. What? Push it back. Stud. Stud. I think we're getting a little too close there. Let's try moving it in manually and see where it starts hanging up. Yeah, so probably we lose some of that vertical detail opportunity. I think spending all this time to get these shapes. Yeah, we might have to just can that hole. idea. Damn. I wanted to make it work, but I just think it's too small to quite fit all that crap in there. Unfortunately. We might be able to replicate a similar visual aesthetic without quite getting all the curves and stuff. I'll pop it off to the side so we have it, but I don't think this complex shape is going to quite work out. All right. And that being said, let's replicate this on top. I am happy with the outside shape there. I think that worked. Let's see. I don't think the bottom side. Oh, it does kind of come in a little. See if we can replicate that outside. This chunk here is getting complicated. Yeah, not quite. I don't think it'll look particularly good if I use a triangle. I can try. Way too chunky. Way too chunky. Let's see what kind. Like, I can't believe it's letting me attach it there. Not really. Okay, so we have that offset backwards a little bit, and that there. Getting chunky in here. Scrap these. Gonna be a lot of playing with different parts right now to see what works and what doesn't work. You know, one by one. There's a one by one. That's a go. A go. Like it. Well, maybe we can work on the inside grill. And if I figure out a way to do that correctly, it might just make me happier. Might distract from some of the other problems. Okay. So perhaps ignoring all the different folds and stuff at this stage is too complicated. We might just have to go for the grill effect and ignore some of the details around the grill. So, as suggested, I could use these hinge pieces for angling the grill. It's not a bad suggestion. Let's work on figuring out the internal structure here real quick. Because, okay, so those are inverted. Okay. Best way to reverse studs. There's a couple okay ways to reverse studs. Let's see. We have the headlight brick method. It's not my favorite, but it works. Ta-da! Reverse studs. Is that going to be the correct distance? It's reversing studs at the exact right amount is the important thing. Make those pink so we don't lose track of them. Okay. Yeah, that gives us the correct amount of separation there. Down. Is that exact? Doesn't look exact. I might have actually not even measured up the bottom chunk correctly. Officially stud together, that would be. Is it selecting so much more? Oh, it's because those pieces, really big collision boxes. Okay, so let's try and get this to just stud in. Dang it. I think I'm going to have to delete that. Actually stud this in. Then just like disconnect the bottom of this thing. Dang it. Okay. Just select this. Then deselect those. It'll work in theory. Stop lagging, program. Oh no. Please don't crash. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Sammy. I appreciate all the help, guys. But I will get there. Don't you guys worry. It is fun to try and think of solutions. I'm not actually stuck right now. I'm more just playing. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. Have I saved the project recently? I mean, I do hit the Control S button, but I haven't made another save file recently. Which is a good idea. Thank you for reminding me, sir. Get these. These ones are actually studded in. Ones are studded in. Legitimately connected together. Okay, now this should, assuming none of the measurements here are super inaccurate. We're getting hung up on. Oh, I see. Huh. Yeah, when I put those things on the back, I didn't space them the way I should have. Space them correctly now. I almost feel like offsetting the bottom part like creates so much visual disruption with the smoothness that it almost, even though it's geometrically a little bit more accurate, it kind of takes away from it. Which is kind of what you do with Lego a lot. It's more accurate, but it looks worse. Okay. There we go. We have a technically connected chunk of Lego. Now, let's work on some grill ideas. Plate 2x4. All right. Flippy clips, some grilly grills. Both of which are right there. Now, this might be too complicated for the size. But if it works, it could be cool. Actually, these grills don't even need to be grills. They can just be tables. Here. You know what? It'll actually be quicker to properly delete these. Let's copy this over. Copy, and then do it, and we'll flip it the other way. Just look before I figure out how to connect it. Let's just look and see how it actually looks in there. And one of the benefits of working digitally. Check it out. Okay, that's actually not too bad. Ignoring all that sort of like extra fold detail in there, it still kind of comes together and it looks like the engine piece. I mean, just all that crap is just like, it's not going to happen at this scale, unfortunately. I would love to make it at this scale, but it's just not going to. Okay, I think we should be able to connect that. Floss studs vertically, you mean clip studs? Yeah. You could use 1x2 wedge plates rather than, the tiles to get the angle. I see what you're saying. Tiles are cleaner though. I think it'll be pretty easy to angle this. But if that doesn't work, I'll try it. Yeah, because see, this gives me a nice smooth line. The wedge plates have chunked lines because they have to stud into stuff. So it would actually look different. I don't think it'll be hard just to use like something like this to connect it. So, or a clip. Actually, it'll be easier to use a clip. So I think. Yeah, let's give that a try. I think I actually have some of those here. Whoa, what happened with my camera? Uh-oh. Program, don't freeze on me. Sometimes I've noticed with this program, when you start to, sometimes pieces will get dragged out to this like infinity like distance, and then the program like tries to crash basically. Now, let's see. Seems to do this on the other side too. Let's see. This way. I think I need to still bump it up a smidge. That. Right, I'm doing it backwards now. What am I doing? I guess that could work. I don't think it matters which side I do it from. It's good. I don't want to make it too weak. Even though this is probably still going to be a digital model, like my brain is still like, this is going to be super weak if I try and build this in real life. Oh, disconnect there? Look at the model again. I think I need to set that back further. Yeah. Yeah, the angle's more extreme for sure. Let's go ahead and set everything back a little bit further. Yeah, it's lagging now. Okay. Isn't really anything complicated about the movement. Selected this. Okay, that fits there. What happens when I unhide this? Oh, it intersects with that. I think. Still intersect. This plate intersecting that a little bit. Okay. Can't tell if that's a subtle intersection or that's like full-on intersection. Subtle to me. I think if I increase the angle a little bit more. Let's see. Again, these are the things that are much easier to do IRL compared to digital, where you're just like, what angle does this need to be at before it intersects with the geometry of my model? Also, that top piece there doesn't technically have to be a plate the whole way through. Let's do plates 2x4 or 2x2. Program, what's going on, buddy? That might actually give me the clearance, and that clip will stay clipped because it's actually clipped onto the tile. So that will work, technically. And that is... How did I set that back, bro? Is there something else in here? Oh, there's like another plate in there. Okay. Yeah, the other, there's just like a whole extra plate intersecting everything right there. Okay, that technically works. Let's fix the other side of this real quick. Little chunky in certain areas, but I'm honestly upset about it. Okay. Now the engine has a top chunk and a back chunk. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, dude, but look. So like the triangle tiles that you're talking about? See that edge there? That chunky edge? That's what you're going to see at the end of the grill. That's why I used the flat ones, because they're smooth. It gives you the smoother grill effect. Okay, let's see if push forward. Some gray. Gray. Okay. Let's overlay this again with green outline that I made. Get the size correct. Now this engine here is going to be a huge portion of the model because there's 10 of them. And once I build one, I can replicate it. Okay, so I mean it tapers up towards the end there. Let me actually redo. Little space to work. Oh yeah, I'm probably over 10 hours at this point. I did about, I'm going to say approximately 8 yesterday. And so this stream is, we're almost at 6 hours today. So I mean, yeah, we're like 14 hours in. I told you 20 to 25 hours for the full thing. And I think that's still probably it. Might be longer actually. We'll see. We'll see how like this front greeble section is a pain. I'm anticipating, so this engine is going to do a lot. The big 4 engines in the back are going to be a pain. The bridge will be interesting. And then this bunker rear section of the ship, we'll just have to see. I don't think that's going to be as hard, too hard. Okay. We could taper it out with plates, but I don't like the plate tapering. Let's just see how this looks here. Yeah, again, the tapering on this is so dang subtle that I don't know if it's going to be worth trying to replicate that in Lego. It might just make it look too chunky. But I would like to try and get this weird like top vent thing going. So the bottom doesn't have a vent, but the top has like some extra tiny little bit of vent space. Henry, I don't know if I'm going to build this, man. We'll see. Like, honestly, like, I know it's exciting for somebody who maybe hasn't seen Lego builds at this scale that much, but my house is full of gigantic gray spaceships way bigger than this made out of Lego. So this would just be like, honestly, it'd be like throwing another giant spaceship onto the pile. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the Javelin, but once this build is done and or optimized, I mean, it's going to be like $1,500 in parts at least. It's going to be an expensive build. Okay, let's see if we can do this like, oh, you know what? There is a piece that kind of works for that top chunk there. I mean, maybe this could do it, but I thought I might have a better one to be honest. Can I bring that further forward without it intersecting? I think I can. Okay. I think we can replace that. Yeah. Do. What a dream. Oh, okay, man. Gotcha. You're replying to below. That piece there doesn't quite look how I wanted it to. There is like a manifold or like an intake. These are way too big. This one's right. Piece 4. Just comes up too high. Needs to be really subtle. I mean, those engines are so stinking subtle. Really hard to... Not sure how I'm going to do that. If I can do it the way I want to. There is a... Here, panel. I need to maybe get what I want. Yeah. Essentially... And how wide is it? Might need to go closer to the 4 wide to get what I want. Let's just see. Sink this in a little bit. We might actually be able to get kind of the look we're going for, although a bit more boxy. But the opening might be worth it. Again, these engines are going to be on so much of the ship. To get them right, I think we go a long way. Try to get them as good as I can get them. For realizing the whole vision for the ship. If I could sink that down even further, I don't think I can. I think that's as far down as I could ever sink it. I think it comes up too high still, man. You just had to sleep while the stream's on, Iron Maiden? What? Building a 6-hour-long Lego design stream isn't super exciting for you? Come on, man. What are you, which part are you talking to? 85970? Let me see. I mean, I see what you're saying. For like gradual tapering. I think it comes up too high if you're talking about on top. Dang, it's so subtle, man. I might really just have to... It only goes up by like a stud. If we can... do have, I think, something back here is on. Type in here. This hinge plate. Big. Should I just put them next? They put it all the way down there, man. So far away. Yeah, they have 2x6 tiles now. What a luxury, man. Tile. Oh, I wrote tiles because I'm in Lego. Doesn't know. Search for a plural version of the part I need. Hey, man. Thanks for dropping by. Good night and good luck. Thank you, sir. All right, let's move this forward. And more. And I think I need to drop it down further. Back. Down. Pretty close. Then we got to figure out the siding. Could do this again. Same technique. And then these. No. Unless I get rid of the angle a little bit. This looks kind of rough. I love it. Also do these propped up by another plate. Oh. Got another thing? Could do it. Let's see. I mean, it's kind of creating the look. You're a grown-ass adult still playing with Lego. Yeah, that's the goal, bro. What do you want to be like? Yeah, I work construction all day and then didn't do anything fun afterwards. Like, what? No issue playing with video games. Okay, I like that. I think I'm happy with that. There's like that little bit of detail on. I don't even quite get what that is. Some other kind of intake or something. Ugh, the back of this is gonna suck. Oh man. Press Y. Well, let's see. Okay, the engines are coming together. Again, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them on the ship. So the better we get this one engine looking, the better it's going to look multiplied by 10. I might actually bump that up by another plate. Let's see. And I can get that subtle curve. Here we go. Sure. I think that's acceptable. Kind of creates that curve I'm going for. Excuse me. Get the 2x4. That's engine starts for that. I think we're kind of bring this forward just more stud. Let's see from a view. About 4 studs worth, more like 3 studs worth of engines. Let's bring this forward. Aren't you letting me attach? Attach, bro. do what I want you to do. There we go. Okay. All right. Now we got to bring it around. That already looks great. Yeah, it'll look good when I can do a nice rendering with some lighting too. Because right now it's not adding shadows to the interior. It's kind of a big part of making these models look good. This torpedo section took a while, man, to get it correct. I think we're mostly there though. I modeled that yesterday. I kind of modeled out the gun exhaust port or countermeasure section. I don't know if those are countermeasures or exhaust port. There's somethings. And then we'll get the engines going, man. The back of the ship. I think the back of the ship's going to be easier, but probably be kicking myself later for saying that. All right, engine time. These are going to be fun. I don't even know how to approach that, man. Banging my head against the wall here. Could go for the panel thing again. Did I save those panels that I made earlier? I think I just deleted them. Those were just two main chunks. That. How wide does it have that? It might actually be wider than. Centered. Whoops. Sucks. Move things around in that perspective. Okay. Try this again. Select. A top-down angle. Go. Come on, man. Bring it back. Bring it. Why? All right. Well, let's just center it. Then I'll bring it back in this perspective. Okay, cool. Lego digital designer. Although not LDD. Let's see. Looks like it's kind of 5 wide, doesn't it? Yeah, it's wider than the top thing. 5 wide. Why make it easy when we can make it hard? Panel doesn't. Wait, there is a 3 wide panel. Yes. Thank you, Lego, for making that part. That didn't exist like a year or two ago. So nice. One X. 2. Okay. Now, center it again. There we go. Perfect. Height's not perfect, but that's okay. 5 wide. The only problem with 5 wide is that I did have a plan for the tops of them, which doesn't work at 5 wide. I was going to do like a vehicle part. Like I think they're 6 wide. I was gonna do that if it was 4 wide for the top. I'm gonna do that. I mean, that's a 6 wide piece. We could still do it at 6 wide. It doesn't have to be 5 wide. Let's see. Let's see if that even looks any good at all. If not, then we won't do it. Kind of a big piece too. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think maybe 5 wide and going with a custom build on top. Probably using some of these or something. Actually, you know, it doesn't taper off at the end there, so I don't need anything too special for that. Where are my little curved slopes? Slopey slopes. Okay. 3. Mother, just go through it. Program's like, no, you can't move an object through another object. Okay. Fine, Lego. All right, so that would be the top engine. Let's just copy it over and see what it would look like up against the bottom engine and see if that kind of fits the bill for what I'm going for here. Up. Up. All right. Little fat, I think, but let's see. Just all of them. Why? Okay. Even centered anymore? Huh. Oh, you know what? I centered it with this thing, but the rest of the engine isn't centered. Silly. Okay. And a smidge. Yeah, that's pretty centered. Just for visualizing it anyway. Okay. Yeah, so the Lego one's a bit fatter. But kind of about communicating the general idea. And I don't know if, I think making it smaller, well, we'll have to use a different technique if we make it smaller. And I don't know if that'll actually improve it. That being said, I don't know if these curved tops work that well. I might go for just tiles because of how fat they make the engine. I think I need to build out the rest of the thing around this, and then I can decide if it's a good system or not. Meantime, let's connect these. Ta-da! And that one. All right. Is my computer clock a minute behind? Weird. All right. I've actually got a little bit of work to do before my kids get home that involves things other than Lego building. I'm actually pretty happy with where we are. I think I was hoping to get a little bit further today, but that torpedo launcher section of the ship was a lot more work than I thought it was going to be. That took a while. The engines are coming along nicely. I'm happier with how the fronts look. Just got to clean up that back, figure out that back nightmare. And then we'll have some engines, man. Some sweet engines, which we can replicate 10 times throughout the ship. And then we just have to deal with those big monstrosities. I mean, this is what we're building. Got to build out the hangar. So see, those engines back there, there's 8 of those back there. So all I have to do is create the rigging to attach them and then pop them on, and then those are done. But then these big engines are gonna be hard, but at least they're identical as well. Turret track on top will be tricky. Building the turret will be tricky. Building the bridge will be tricky. Yeah, it might take me a bit longer than 24 hours total, but it's gonna start looking really cool at a certain point once we're like happy with the overall body design and like some of the basic engine design. Then we can start mirroring over the pieces and more or less visually finishing a lot of build. All right. Do you guys want me to stream this again? Because like tomorrow I'm launching a video, which I think will be really cool. But I could do a little bit more streaming of this tomorrow if you guys want. I know it hasn't been like the most popular thing I've ever done, but would like to win this contest, man. Stream it again. All right. I'll stream it again tomorrow because I do want to finish this before I spend too much time working on other things too. So see if we can win this Star Citizen Lego contest, even though I already have an RSI Scorpius. More fins equals more good. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate it. Appreciate the suggestions and the help along the way. And it's possible I'll do a little more work tonight, and then maybe tomorrow it'll be slightly more progressed. All right, guys. Peace out. Have fun. Be safe. All that stuff.